Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Unleashing Leadership Potential program. And before I start, I just want to first of all apologize that we are 11 minutes late. I'm actually quite surprised because this is not Ndadarajev's style. He's not an African man in terms of time, but I apologize for that. With technology and some of us starting to get back to the real life, there are challenges. So a few appreciation, just first of all, just to the Rajave family. I always continue to be inspired by the investment, the commitment to really make a difference in people's lives. And it is always a privilege and an honor for me to be part of this family. And thank you, Maurice, to you and your family. And to the team that work all hard for us to be here, I appreciate that. And our phenomenal and powerful woman who keeps me awake even in the middle of the night. At times I have nightmares in Tato, as always, because she's driving us very hard with all the team that she works with. Welcome again. So today we have an exciting program with a number of exceptional leaders and individuals that will be leading us in different panels today. And most of those, I am privileged to say, they're actually people that I respect and I call friends, and I hope they'll forgive me for that. And I welcome you as well, and thank you for making time. This is quite important because most of us know that Monday is a holiday, and it's actually a weekend. So there are personal sacrifices that you've actually made to be here today. Actually, I do recall that about 3 or so years ago, in Tato, at one of my speech, I think I was doing an opening speech or a keynote speech. I was talking about the changing energy landscape that we are seeing in the globe and here. At the same time, no one actually envisaged that where we were coming from is at the heart and the midst of COVID, with a number of challenges, and rightfully so, we've all gone through mental wellness, mental challenges, as well as our families. We've lost a number of friends and families. So I do appreciate that we all come here in the midst of uncertainty. But at the same time, the world is giving us hope. We are seeing a number of people starting to look up to say, what does the future look like? And today we'll be talking about a very important topic, which is about the energy landscape and its changes and the opportunities that it actually provides to women. So I'm going to just start with a few thought-provoking sessions, comments first, and I'm not going to get into the details of what hydrogen is all about and its potential because we've got experts to talk to us about that. But I just want to talk about the realities of life. And the other day, I was actually at one of the sessions with the women dialoguing about the challenges we are seeing, which in the Women in Energy that we have, a platform, we call it, how do we then unblock and ensure that the funnel that we're seeing, we're going to break that, a number of headwinds that women are facing. But something came to my mind to say, we're all mothers. All of the men that we're all complaining about are our sons, our brothers. At some stage, we have raised them and we've nurtured them. And as we nurture them, what are the values and what do we teach them to be? So I do recognize that most of them have inherited our male colleagues who are here today to celebrate with us because they're really excited to ensure that we can forge as women and be successful. But I thought I should just start first with one of the phenomenal women that I respect, Michelle Obama, on her quote, and I'll share some thoughts afterwards. Don't ever underestimate the importance you can make, the importance you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take on a life of its own. So I'm bringing this because we're coming into a world where, as women, we continue to be minorities. Last night I had an opportunity to be in a session and dinner with a number of colleagues, most of them global colleagues. I was the only woman around the table, and I provocatively asked to say, colleagues, I'm feeling lonely, and had the courage to say that it is very lonely in this room. Where is the female talent? How do we pull those people? How do we pull our talent over? And they all said, no, actually we have all of the statistics. A third of our executive team is women. And then I look around the table and I said, we're not a third in this room. And I'm trying to say this because it's quite important that we utilize this opportunity with our best panel that has come here to share the thoughts, to say, with the changes that are happening in the world, whether it's around digitalization, whether it's around the climate change, what are the opportunities that women are being afforded, and how do we make sure that we have that courage to start breaking the barriers that we have actually seen and the headwinds that we've seen, and some of those assumptions that we're making. How do we become courageous to make sure that we can challenge the status quo? And as part of that, we then become part of the solutions going forward. What are the values and systems that we raise our sons with? How do we make sure that they actually understand the value that we bring as individuals, as a diverse team, to be able to shape this? So I want to leave you on this panel with that and just say today, with the topic that we'll be talking about in terms of green hydrogen, it opens up exceptional opportunities for the country and for the region as well, because I don't want you to think just South Africa, think really in terms of regional and global. There are export opportunities, there are opportunities for us to be able to repurpose, to revitalize, and reposition a number of our assets. This requires different skill sets. There's a lot of opportunities that requires innovation. We can incubate industries. So where can you play in terms of that? But I know that at times when we are on this panel, we focus only most of the time on Q&A in terms of the panel itself. But I would like to also see that we have more and more professionals that are guiding, whether it's in government in terms of policy shaping or are building big industries and are actually starting to get into the employment to raise and ensure that we can come up with the innovative technologies and solutions that will accelerate this transition. So as part of that, my encouragement to all of us is today, listen up and really look at it to say, with all of the opportunities and the insights that have been given, what will be my role? What is that courage that I'm going to have to be able to say, today I'm taking that particular one, and this is how I see myself in 10 years' time. And today I need to work backwards from 10 years to say, I have to play this role in this, and this is how I'm going to do it. In ULP, Tate Maurice has got coaching processes. You have the platform here that I'm sure I'm going to commit all of them, because my request to them is not only about today when you tell us about this exciting journey ahead. What is the role that you'll be playing to coach, mentor? We have young, talented, driven women who are facing exceptional headwinds in the companies we work for. So I would like to really request all of you to also commit time. So those of you will be reaching out to you post this session to say, can we engage? Please, let's do that. So I'm not going to take up much of the time afterwards, but I just said it, this is an exciting opportunity. I'll come up and wrap up in terms of the key insights I take, but I just want to challenge us to say, let's not wait for things to come to us. Let's go out and really be courageous. Let's be innovative. Let's understand that the degrees that we've earned, that our parents really worked hard for us to be able to get in the companies that we're working for, that we deserve to be there. And let's break the glass ceiling, and let's make sure that as we do that as women, we hold each other, we support each other, and we actually take that stake. At times they said, someone step you in the back. You must actually be there to take that pain for your female colleague. We need to be there to support each other. And let's make sure that we can actually be the change we are looking for. Ntato, thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla, for those opening remarks for us. Priscilla and Ntate Maurice are the champion and the custodian of the Women in Energy, ULP Women in EmpowaWomen in Energy Summit. Today we're having a think tank, and we're using today to talk about a topic that is top of mind from a policy perspective in South Africa, which is the hydrogen economy and opportunities in the hydrogen economy. Now, a couple of the speakers who are going to be who are going to come to the panel today and who are going to be on the floor have all been integrally involved in this high-level discussion. This discussion is so important, it's even part of the South Africa package going to COP26. And so we at EmpowaWomen in Energy decided that we need to ensure that our women who are part of this network need to be aware of what's going on in the policy space and in industry, and in terms of this huge new opportunity to help diversify the South African economy. One of the objectives of EmpowaWomen in Energy is to close the information asymmetry that is part of why women are not being able to participate equally in the economy. We just don't know what's going on. We don't know who's doing what. We don't know where we can fit in, and we don't know the opportunities that we can associate ourselves with. So today we're going to close that gap around the hydrogen economy. We've got quite an exciting panel. We've got participation from CEF, who's the Central Energy Fund. We've got participation from one of the key consultants, BCG, that's been doing a lot of work in South Africa around the hydrogen economy. That'll be our first opening panel, really to ground us in what is it? What are the different types of hydrogens? There's pink, there's green, there's blue, there's brown, there's many types of hydrogens. What does this mean in terms of the institutional arrangements in South Africa? But also, what does this mean in terms of the value chain and the value chain opportunities and who's doing what? Our next panel is going to be a deep dive into 3 companies and their current activities, plans, and the opportunities within their hydrogen activities. We're going to have General Electric, Sasol, as well as Siemens. And then we have an exciting mini masterclass at the end of it, which is going to be given by one of the key partners in ULP, who's actually responsible for investment promotion and who's going to help the women who dial in to understand from a packaging perspective, how do we package these programs? How do we do project preparation, project packaging, and how do we access finance? So he'll pull together all the thoughts from the big companies and give a sense of what kind of opportunities exist from that perspective. And then we'll come to you, Sis Priscilla, to just wrap up all of that as succinctly as possible and have closing remarks by Ntate Khadebe. So to kick us off, our first panel, we have Dr. Ishmael Polo, who is the CEO of the Central Energy Fund. And Dr. Polo is really going to ground us in the South Africa view and positioning of hydrogen, as well as what this means in terms of the institutional arrangements. We'll then be followed by Mr. Luca Shamnote, who is the Managing Director and Partner for the Johannesburg office of the Boston Consultancy Group, BCG, who's working with a lot of the companies and actually quite integral to some of the thinking and the work that's happening in the country at the moment. So he'll give us that helicopter view of who's doing what, the value chain, and where the opportunities to play are. So, Mr. Polo, we'll welcome you with your opening remarks and to just ground us.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director, and thanks to the listeners and the viewers. Basically, mine is very easy. Like I said, it's just to come up and give concerts. It's Hydrogen 101, if you would like, and then the rest of the panel will do the difficult work. I think I'll start off with the definition, a broad definition of the ecosystem as it stands. As you would know, that you'd have an element of natural resources, and from a natural resources point of view, us as a group of companies, we have a mining company wherein we are looking at diversification there. So far, we've been mainly focusing on coal, and we know where coal is heading, whilst there is a need to sober up in terms of transition, and we have, as a group, deliberately opted for a gas as a transition mechanism. But we do have the mining wing, and in it, we're saying that there are elements of minerals that are applicable in this industry as well. Even as we move to net zero, we have rare earth and BGM type of metals that are going to be applicable in that, and therefore there is a hope and a very critical role to be played by our mining community. And for that matter, for women and young people to still pursue opportunities in the mining sector is still very much relevant. There's uranium there, there is lithium for batteries, graphene and so forth. We will touch on that. So there is a space for that. And we go to the oil and gas sector, wherein we look at exploration, production, and refining. When it comes to that, again, you would know that we have a Petro SA under our wing, wherein we aim to recapitalize and basically look at growing our nameplate into that, because we believe in refining as a country. Whilst the rest of the country is looking other way, we know the importance of refining. We know the constraints and the challenges that are brought about by policy movement with the intent of course, meeting the net zero targets, but also at the same time we know the importance of this industry from domestic job creation point of view, enabling other downstream industries in that sense. So for us, it's an area of a focal point. And in that as well, in our statement, we have the Petroleum Agents of Southern Africa, which deals with regulatory issues. And again, you go then to the transportation and the storage side of the value chain. We also know in that space that we are having the strategic fuel fund from an infrastructure storage point of view, and I guess from a gas transportation point of view. And we have electricity through the electricity, the energy projects development. We are focusing mainly on renewables. And most people don't like us when we say we were the first ones to enable things like your wind farms. We incubated those when it was not a common thing. So we are having a play in that sense, and we've been in the PV space as well as renewables played. We also were amongst the first in that to invest in that. So we believe very much in this new energy space, but again with emphasis, we've got to act responsibly by not destroying our own economy in rushing without some form of a very well thought through transition. And for us, what would keep us in balance and in check, and to ensure a less destructive from an economic point of view, a transition, we will use gas, and hence we are investing in that space heavily. And lastly, there's an area, I think, from an ecosystem when you look in the value chain that is being ignored, is that one of research and development. We live in a knowledge economy. So what it means is that we've got to zoom in more into that and see how we use institutions like your TIA, your technology stations in universities of technology, your former technicons. How do we then get into that and look aggressively as women and young people to be incubated there? Otherwise, we run a risk as a country of coming in to say we want to transform industries that came in after 2010, 2015. It will be ridiculous because we would not have been deliberate in ensuring that the previously disadvantaged somewhat play a critical role now, and that path is defined now, and we use enabling legislation to ensure that, the majority of the people are not being left out. Of course, from the structure point of view, in terms of organizational structure, we know that government has got a play through the Department of DMRE, public enterprise, even transport through Transnet in that regard. And from a regulatory point of view, it is an area that is regulated both by PASA and NERSA in the main. And from a state-owned entity, I've mentioned ourselves, like I said, Transnet is also in play, ESCOM and others. And from there is a whole play that is dominated basically by private sector and other IOCs. So what we advocate for, that as we play across the value chain as the state-owned entity, but we have an opportunity to influence policy so that there's even a bigger play for private sector in that regard. Now, what is this hydrogen? And I want to touch on the spectrum of the hydrogen color because they are all based. The spectrum is based on the production type. Now, what is blue hydrogen? Blue hydrogen is when the natural gas is split into the hydrogen and carbon dioxide, either by steam methane reforming or autothermal reforming. That's your blue. And now what is then green hydrogen? Your green hydrogen is produced by splitting water, by electrolysis. And gray hydrogen, hydrogen that has been produced for many years, as we would know, in petrochemical industries, and is similar really to your SMR and your autothermal reforming, as it were. Now, what is of interest here is that you can go on with this, but really what you need to understand is that when you hear about green or blue or gray hydrogen, think of it in the color spectrum only, and then what then defines nature or its color rather is the manner in which it's being produced. I think that assists. Now, hydrogen economy in general. Why hydrogen? Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we need to understand that the whole notion of the hydrogen revolution does not mean that hydrogen itself is always used directly. By that I mean that we need to understand that its production, that is hydrogen now, from renewables will continue to be the main component, of this new energy. And there are other various new energy vectors or that aimed at decarbonizing the economy itself. So when we talk hydrogen, don't think of it in isolation as one and all. It is one of the main ingredients that enable this decarbonized economy. Hydrogen in the country, basically we are endowed with renewable energy resources for production of green hydrogen, and the other speakers will be dealing on that. But green hydrogen opportunity is critical for our country to achieve the net zero economy. Hydrogen is the energy of choice for this target of 2050, the Agenda 2050. Demand for it ranges between 3 to 6 million tons locally, and also the issue of export comes into play into that. The opportunities exist in that regard. It is therefore critical for our country to support this initiative, but with a clear emphasis on just transition in order to decarbonize the industry, one, two, and also to decarbonize the transport and fuels, namely through long-haul trucks and shipping industry, and also for the supply of the aviation fuels. It is also, must be noted that its ability to store surplus renewables is critical as well. Now, coming back to the economics of the hydrogen economy, it takes about, or it costs about $2 maximum per kilogram for the gray hydrogen, and whereas with the green hydrogen it doubles up, so to speak. Is it a case of concern? Not really. Technology is developing, and by 2040 there would be some form of cost parity in that regard. What are these drivers currently of this cost being a bit higher? Obviously is the plant utilization, the cost of renewables from levied cost of energy, electrolyzer efficiencies, and issues of elements of manufacturing costs. Now, when you come to the whole process of the electrolyzers, you would see that to produce 1.1 tonnage, it would cost something like $1,497 US, because of the inputs therein. When you look at it, you need about 9.5 megawatts of electricity, and also the water tonnage of about 9.1. So those are the costs. But like we said, technology is developing. Those costs are going to come down, projected to reach parity by 2040 with the grey hydrogen, as it were. Now, in terms of the challenges that we face in advancing the technology itself, we know that hydrogen itself is basically light and has a low density, and therefore requiring the high-pressure tanks from a capacity point of view. And to do that, you would have, obviously, the sophisticated processes in order to produce material for it, and also the cost of comprehension comes into play. So how then do we move from here, knowing that the volatility of this, of hydrogen itself, we know that it also filters very easily through the cracks, and therefore the issues of storage, again, and transportation are still a bit of a challenge. But even though they pose some constraint at this stage for technical and an engineering point of view, there are solutions that are beginning to develop. As early as this morning, I've seen that there are technologies that are coming in that will really be able to address that constraint from uptake and release point of view in order to be able to carry hydrogen with low densities and also under very mild air condition. Traditionally, hydrogen is produced close to the consumption facilities. And I think there are initiatives in the country to move very aggressively in developing some form of capacity of manufacturing in industrial hubs. And therefore, that will be ideal. And from a distribution point of view, we know the constraint again that stays. And I'm glad that Sasol is coming later on. There's a lot of things that we can learn from Sasol initiative ourselves. We're benefiting from the Fischer-Tropsch technology, which also gives us an advantage as we advance with this hydrogen economy, but also the fact that Sasol is the only company that owns basically that infrastructure. It's something that we have as a country from a competitive advantage point of view. Economic opportunities that could be derived from hydrogen economy itself. There are obviously new industries that with multiple economic opportunities that are coming up with this opportunity. Hence, I was saying we need to be deliberate with our initiatives and definition of play, because it's very easy, again, to have it as the pie in the sky, this concept, without understanding to say that you as an individual, how, when you live here, go and pursue opportunities in that. And that's what we need to understand. And we know that it's a high-tech, knowledge-based type of intervention. Hence, my emphasis to say we need to really stand back and zoom in on the R&D and say, what is it that is being done in that space, and how do we use that component to incubate SMMEs in order for them to play a much more meaningful role, and therefore open some form of policy discussions again for quotas for women, youth, and people living with disabilities, so that we are deliberate in our response in that regard. The economic opportunities leading industry players must consider, like I say, this element of incubation. Otherwise, we have a problem. Why is it that we have to push for the participation of women, youth, and people with disability? They form the majority of the population. And now, when you look around the country, there's something that is disturbing, whereby you see infrastructure being destroyed and all that. Now, when you get deeper to it, there could be a sense that we don't own this thing. Other people are owning these things. So we've got to even begin with education at that level to say, these are our things, but then begin to see that visible participation of women, of youth, and people with disability. Because in so doing, there is that social contract that people, they know this is our infrastructure and therefore our wealth that needs to be protected. There needs to be support of manufacturing of virtual pipelines with specialized tanks and consumables. And in that regard, again, the element of incubating these entities or entrepreneurs from elements of or initiatives like your TIA through University of Technology, your TVET colleges, wherein that skills base is developed for a better participation, a meaningful participation in this space. Otherwise, we have a situation, and I'm critical, Babuka Debe, of the way BE has evolved. You know, I'm sure that we've got very bitter billionaires who are just billionaires on paper, but when you look at it, it's really they are indebted. And the chances of them getting or deriving value from that, it's zilch over time. And therein calls in again a challenge of, I would say, policy intervention to say what are these transaction advisors doing and who is holding them accountable. Because they structured these deals, and when you look at them, black people are not benefiting in that sense, and what needs to be done, because then it's counterproductive. And therefore, we have to start now so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. The risk of it, like I say, you have a citizenry that does not care of this infrastructure because there could be a sense that we actually don't own these things. Other people do, and that's a wrong mentality on its own. But it also begins by addressing the issues of ownership. The current research and application, as it were, it would suggest that there are good initiatives from government side in terms of incubation, with DSI doing quite a stunning job through their HESA initiative. In that regard, the intention of that is basically to create, of HESA initiative, is to create wealth, jobs, and IPR through the introduction or initiation of new high technology industries based on minerals found in the country, especially the PGM family. I would encourage really at this forum to invite DSI in that regard so that you could understand their good work they are doing. A lot of their work is also published, but also the current HESA system is based at the University of Western Cape, and it aims really to create local capacity and knowledge that will lead to the development of value-add products in the platinum economy space. HESA system has completed the conversion of a fleet scooters to be powered by hydrogen fuels range extenders for the South African Post Office. For an example, it's a more practical, again, intervention of that. How do you then begin to identify opportunities there as women organizations and youth formation? You can only do so if you understand really what are the opportunities that are presented by this. And HESA, in my view, there is also a catalyst initiative at the UCT, which is aimed at combining or balancing your commercial and your academic development from a hydrogen point of view. I think they are doing a stunning job. I think it's something that must be scaled up such that you have a number of universities, of TVET. I think for me, there is also a limitation. I don't know why South African business is not taking this initiative aggressively of venture capital. And I think in that regard, Stellenbosch is doing well, but that's an only area. But throughout the country, you don't see that. The problem is that suppose you would get such an opportunity, your constraints still remain, that your funding mechanism in this country is project-based, okay, and therefore based on equity contribution. Most of the previously disadvantaged people, they don't have businesses with a very strong balance sheet. So it means that they'll be perpetually excluded unless, there is this culture and almost a practice of supporting innovation. And we know there is no way that it can be supported unless there is this culture of venture capital, which is very thin from a funding point of view in the country in general. So let me get to the mining factor. Like I said, there are a number of minerals that will support, especially the renewables space, lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth materials generally. And also, let's not leave the uranium as one of the elements therein that will help us with pink hydrogen, as you indicated earlier on. I think that's the point I'm trying to emphasize. Having said that, and I would leave the next slide that deals with the funding opportunities on it, and basically say, upon reflection and in closing, is that I think for me, if we can grapple with the understanding of what is this and simplify it for ourselves, that we comprehend to say, if we are saying out of this thing we would target to at least have 30, 40, 50%, 60% participation by women in this industry, what is it that we mean by that? Where exactly? What activities? And for me, it starts by understanding that space of R&D, because it's still really in development, and target those institutions that have started, and then try and move with that to push for that through other TVET colleges and University of Technology, because in so doing, you are able to spread then the capacity to incubate more and more of SMMEs, particularly those that are supporting are women-owned and youth-owned, and also owned by the people with disability. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Polo. We'll now go to Luca. Is it Shomonte? There we go. Shomonte. That high school French works. We'll now come to Luca, who's going to do a more granular deep dive, actually. Take us through the value chain, the hydrogen value chain, and also give us a sense of all the opportunities currently at play in country. There's a lot more elements to your presentation, but remember, this is a think tank today, so we're not high level. We're really getting into the belly of the beast. Yeah. We're getting into the meat, so no one can walk away and say, we don't know what this hydrogen economy is about, where the opportunities are, who's doing what, and where we can potentially play. Luca?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I wanted to frame a bit this opportunity, maybe taking us a bit back with the basics of what is hydrogen and what it is used for. Then look at the global view. How is hydrogen a solution to the problems that the world is facing? And then bring it home and see in South Africa, in Southern Africa, in the region, what does that mean for us? So if you go to the next page, I think Dr. Polo already reminded that there are different types of hydrogen. The important point is that hydrogen is not new. Hydrogen is heavily used, about more than 70 million tons today, in the form of gray hydrogen, using primarily the steam methane reforming process, which is basically using natural gas in combination with water in the form of steam to split and then have hydrogen plus CO2. And that's the biggest problem. It emits a lot of CO2. So when we're talking about hydrogen, we're talking about a different way of producing it, either in blue, which is basically the similar production process, but then we capture the CO2 and then store it back deep underground, or the green, which is altogether a different way to produce it through the electrolysis of water. So that's a different way of producing it. And then it's also a much wider way of using it. And today, hydrogen is used primarily in refining to upgrade fossil fuels. It's used for the production of ammonia, primarily as well. But it is not used to decarbonize the wider economy, and it's not used widely in power. I will go to that. So if we go to the next page, there are two main technologies, and then I will talk about why is it useful that are related to the green hydrogen. So the first one is the electrolysis of water, which is basically splitting water H2O into hydrogen, H2, and oxygen, O2, using basically electricity that needs to be green, right? So it's renewable electricity, most of the time wind and solar to do that. And then we have the fuel cell technology. And the fuel cell technology is actually the opposite. It basically does the reverse reaction, and then will basically transform the hydrogen into water again. That will release a lot of energy, and that can be used for process production, but also for generation of power. And it makes hydrogen a technology for storage of power. So these are the two main technologies. Now, if we go to the next page, just wanted to do a bit of chemistry, and I will not go through all the use cases of how hydrogen is used, but I just wanted to give those two examples, ammonia and steel, right? So the way ammonia is produced today is basically two big, I would say, chemical processes. The first one is the steel methane reforming, as I mentioned, so transforming natural gas and steam, so water, into hydrogen and CO2, which is highly emitting, and then combining the hydrogen and the nitrogen to produce the ammonia, which is NH3, used primarily for fertilization, but used as well in transportation and will be increasingly used in transportation in the future. So how is green hydrogen helping in that process? So basically, we can skip that first step that emits a lot of CO2 and use directly the hydrogen produced from the electrolysis of water in a sustainable way, combine it with nitrogen, and then produce this green ammonia that doesn't have carbon, that doesn't emit carbon, and can be used as a fuel, primarily in shipping. This is where we see it playing the major role in the future. So that's how it is a solution in ammonia. The same logic applies to enriching fossil fuels. So when we want to create octane-rich fuels, we need to add hydrogen to molecules of carbon that have less hydrogen, so we can use the same steam methane reforming. We can skip, the steam methane reforming process and also bring in green hydrogen into the process as well. If we move to steel, the steel in the mining industry is coming from the ground in the form of iron ore, which is iron oxide. So it's a combination of iron, the metal, and oxygen into a molecule of iron oxide. So the current process today is basically the process that's happening in the blast furnace, where we inject at very high temperature coal, so basically atoms of carbon, and then the coal will capture the oxygen from the iron oxide and isolate the iron. And then we will have, as a result, you can see in the equation here, iron plus CO2. That process heavily emitting in terms of CO2. With green hydrogen, instead of injecting carbon into that process, we can inject hydrogen. And it's the hydrogen that will capture the oxygen from the iron oxide. And what we will emit is going to be water instead of CO2. So we see how the hydrogen is a fantastic technology to green the steel. Issue is that that process is a lot more expensive. We'll talk about it. So there are some issues in scaling it up in early stages. But from a chemistry perspective, it is a fantastic solution. If you go to the next page and we expand a bit from an overall application perspective, so we see that hydrogen can help decarbonize significantly the industry. And we're talking about refining, we're talking about steel making, we're talking about ammonia production, we're talking about other kinds of metals. So a major solution for the decarbonization of the industry. It can be used in transport to decarbonize road, air, and sea transportation, either directly as a fuel in the form of fuel cells, as I said. As we electrify transport, we can power those transportation through fuel cell power, or through green synthetic fuels. So by producing green synthetic fuels that are green hydrogen hungry, we can decarbonize, for example, shipping by using green ammonia as a fuel, or we can decarbonize, for example, aviation by using e-kerosene. It is also very useful in power. I think Dr. Polo mentioned it as well. It is a storage technology, so it allows to manage intermittency of renewables. It's an expensive way to manage intermittency, so we see natural gas playing a stronger role in the medium term. But long term, to really decarbonize power, hydrogen will play a major role as a balancing technology. Some gas power plants will be repurposed into green hydrogen-fired power plants to help as a peaking technology. It also helps with independent off-grid type of power. There are some initiatives already in South Africa for telco towers that are powered by green hydrogen off-grid. And finally, in buildings to generate heat as well. So if we go to the next page, what does that mean in terms of demand for the world? Obviously, nobody has a crystal ball, and we don't know exactly how much hydrogen will be needed for the world. But if we project a 2-degree path, and with the knowledge that we have today, we estimate that green hydrogen will be in the order of magnitude of 350 million tons. 350 million tons from the roughly 70 million tons of gray hydrogen that we have today. So it's both a change of how we produce hydrogen, but also a massive scale-up of the use of hydrogen in the economy. And if we look at the sectors, you can see on the right-hand side here, there's a colorful pie chart. So they will be used in many areas across transport and industry. And the sequence at which hydrogen will be introduced will depend on the cost parity with the alternative technology that will come at different times. Ammonia production, heavy-duty transportation are expected to come in the early steps, whereas steel at scale backup power, and other industrial applications will come later. But in the, I would not call it the end state, the world doesn't end in 2050, but in that state, I would say transport is the biggest offtake of hydrogen overall, or driving the biggest offtake. Transport in different forms. It's not all fuel cells, it's also the use of green fuels. Like if you see there, for example, the green part, it's aviation. Aviation alone will drive 20% of the 350 million tons that I was talking about. So a big use of hydrogen to decarbonize aviation. We go to the next page. So we're talking about value chain. What does it mean from a value chain perspective? There will be business opportunities all across the hydrogen value chain. So there is the upstream of the value chain, the power generation, renewable power. So there is a big chunk there, and there will be massive investments to be made in the green hydrogen. I'll talk about what it means concretely for South Africa. There is opportunity in the hydrogen production, so basically the electrolyzers to do the electrolysis of the water, in the hydrogen logistics, the storage of hydrogen, pressurization and storage, the transport of hydrogen. It's a combination of pipeline, trucks, vessels, and a large number of applications of hydrogen. One of them could be, for example, the operation of a fuel cell vehicle fleet, for example. And then as enabler to this, there are obviously opportunities in infrastructure. There are opportunities in managing large ecosystem and projects. So there are a bit like a sort of asset-light type of roles to play as well. And in the manufacturing side, in the equipment side, obviously opportunities to play a role in manufacturing fuel cells, in manufacturing electrolyzers, in manufacturing renewable equipment for the power and etc. So many opportunities. We sort of codify here 12 different plays that different companies can take, but it's more than that. It's really many companies playing in that space, and a lot of opportunities. Those opportunities are nascent. I didn't highlight in the first page, but where we're showing the gray hydrogen, but green hydrogen is very, very small today. So we're talking about a completely new industry for the world. That means that as every time when there is disruption, there is opportunities for the ambitious, for the bold, for the creative. So there will be significant opportunities. If you go to the next page. Yeah, so bringing it to South Africa. So why we believe, what I believe, but what I think other people as well believe, that there's a big opportunity for South Africa and Southern Africa more globally. First is the advantage resources of the country. So we have one of the best renewable energy in the world. And that talks to the quantity of sun that we have, but also of wind, and the combination of both. And we see other countries like Saudi, for example, with very good quality sun, but not the same quality wind. And in renewables, the key is utilization and intermittency. So having two technologies, sun and wind, that can be combined, helps to manage the utilization. So very good utilization for the renewable energy. The land, in this new economy, land will be a critical resource as well. And countries in Europe, like Germany, for example, or in Northeast Asia, in Japan, land is not sufficient to be self-sufficient. So again, South Africa is advantaged in terms of land. And then in terms of know-how and technology, South Africa has the longest history and experience in developing synthetic fuels, for example, which helps beneficiate hydrogen and transform in those fuels I was describing before that will help decarbonize transportation. And it's actually the biggest usage of hydrogen in the future. And South Africa has probably the most experience globally in those chemical processes that come after the production of hydrogen. Today is being used with gray hydrogen, but in the future could be leveraged. So all that together makes the country very advantaged. Another advantage, maybe not mentioned here, is we have more optionality because we have assets, but less stranded assets, as some other countries that are locked in more than South Africa. And in South Africa, we already need more power. Some of our coal power plants are already aging, so we need to invest in new now So it's an opportunity to invest in the right technology from the start. So if you go to the next page, maybe we can skip this one. If we go to the next one, yeah. So just wanted to bring that into more quantitative view for the country. We estimate, based on the use cases that we see in South Africa and the potential that we see for South Africa to take a significant share in import markets, that there is an opportunity for around 6 million tons of green hydrogen produced in South Africa. So this spreads across industrial applications, mobility applications, at a later stage power applications, and will be spread in the country into different hubs, as well as different freight corridors when it comes to heavy-duty transportation. And then if we go to the next page, because I found useful to translate that into what kind of capacities we're talking about. 6 million tons of hydrogen means 130 gigawatts of power production. So that is 3 times the entire Eskom fleet of coal power plants, just for the hydrogen, not to power the rest of the economy. We're talking about 54 gigaliter of water. That's about 20% of the water that Eskom consumes today. So it's big, and this water will have to come from desalination plants. And I mean, the positive thing actually on this, it's consuming water, so that can be seen as negative, but the positive thing is the cost of water in the hydrogen production is a tiny portion of it. So the economics of hydrogen can create the economic condition to basically build the desalination plants. And those desalination plants can be oversized and at a low marginal cost also help with the water shortage that this country is facing, and that you will increasingly face with the issues of the other issues of climate, which is not just mitigation but adaptation to the already irreversible temperature increase. Whether it's 1.5, 2 degrees or more, temperature will increase, and that will have impacts on our ability to extract resources, including the issue with water. So that creates opportunity to create the business case for desalination and more water production in the country. So if you go to the next page, I'm going to be done soon. So the job opportunity. We haven't estimated yet the full job opportunity that this 6 million ton hydrogen economy could represent. But just looking at the power part of it, and within power, just looking at the captive jobs, meaning the jobs that need to be here, because we're talking about building up infrastructure, we're talking about maintaining that infrastructure, we're talking already about 1.8 million jobs, that alone. A lot more can be captured if we are playing a role in the manufacturing of all the components, if we are playing a role in the downstream applications, because obviously there is opportunity to export hydrogen and export green ammonia. But if we can transform this green hydrogen in synthetic fuels locally, if we can transform this hydrogen in green steel locally, that's a lot better than exporting it elsewhere to produce those things elsewhere. So that could create a lot more jobs. So we think the potential is extremely high, but obviously the ability to capture that potential will depend a lot on ability to orchestrate the ecosystem, plan very proactively how we do this, and incentivization. And the incentivization will be a combination of local and global instruments, because as we see, the economics are not working in the short term. So one needs to bridge that gap through policy instruments as well as financial instruments. So if we go to the next page, I think that talks to this. Yeah, so there are a number of tools, instruments, institutions that help bridge that economic gap that there is between the green hydrogen and the alternative to the green hydrogen. I don't know if you saw, but the US just announced a policy package of $700 billion. So there are big announcements being made. This will not come, obviously, all out of the pocket of the government. That is not possible. So there will need to be international cooperation as well in this. But it's very important to be aware that the hydrogen economy needs a stimulus in early stage and mechanisms to close the financial gap. And this is the way it is working everywhere else. Eventually, hydrogen, like everything else, will be paid by consumers and be financed by commercial banks and equity as everything else. But in the ramp-up phase, there needs to be an incentivization. And some of those incentives can come from the negative incentives put on carbon tax, for example, on heavy emitting industries as an example. I just wanted to note as well, because some people are skeptical about, is hydrogen economical, will it work? When we think about hydrogen, think steel, for example. The cost of green steel is about 50% more than the traditional steel. So one can think, okay, this is impossible. But now when we start looking at the products in which the steel goes, let's say a car, steel is less than 5% of the cost of a car. And when we look at an entire car, making it net zero, and we did the study, could be done with about 2% cost increase. So now, when we have those numbers in mind, and when we think about some other customer preferences for some options that one can take for a car, and what the regulation can do, the scale-up of the hydrogen doesn't feel as unrealistic as it looks when we look at just the impact on the cost of the raw material or the input material. And now, I think next page, to conclude, so what is critical to capture this opportunity? So there are a few things. The most important one is coordinated action. If this is different players working in isolation and trying to build things, it is not going to succeed. Why? Because you need an optimized ecosystem to be cost competitive overall across the value chain. Meaning for South Africa to be competitive against other countries, Australia, Saudi, and others that are going to play a role in the hydrogen economy globally, we need to have an optimized ecosystem. And to have an optimized ecosystem, you need to plan for it. You need to have a view of what are the optimal hubs in the country. You need to have a view what are the optimal production archetypes. Where do we locate the renewable power? Where do we locate the electrolyzers versus the centers of demand? Is it better to pipe hydrogen or to wheel electrons? What gives you the best economics? What is the optimal scale? So those things need to be thought through and planned ahead. If we do it in a disorganized way, we will end up with a system that is not competitive globally. So that is very important. And we need, obviously, to manage these partnerships. There are partnerships between CEF and Sasol. There are partnerships between different companies, between government and private sector. I think those partnerships are very important so that the key players in the ecosystem shape that industry together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Luca. Quite a bit came out. We're going to take a break after this session so just people can absorb all the engineering and technical speak. But I mean, I think this is quite an interesting area because essentially what we're talking about is a new play that South Africa is going to have to, as you keep saying, orchestrate itself around in order to be globally competitive. So I have a few questions. We do have people who've dialed in online, so we'll pose some of the questions that come through the online platforms as well. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Polo. You spoke about opportunities and incubation, and you were very resolute to say we have to be using the R&D, FET, TVET space to be doing the incubation, and you gave examples such as the scooters that have been incubated for the post office, and then opportunities such as hydrogen stations. So this will be quite a fundamental shift for the R&D and FET space. I wanted to ask, in relation to the role that you see from that incubation perspective, what are the sort of things that South Africa is going to have to do in rethinking its R&D and FET space to prepare itself for this particular industry from an incubation perspective? So there's a few nuggets there. A few people are starting to do stuff. There's a few things happening at UCT. DSI is doing a few things. But from my understanding, the scale and the level of orchestration here means a completely new ecosystem around the R&D and FET space. So what are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think my emphasis of the role of SMME getting closer to that R&D space through incubation of those institutions of higher learning. It is for this very reason that, as you saw from the presentation, it's a highly technical and engineering space. So unless you do that, you risk basically creating a sense of despondency to somebody who is not in that space. So who would say that this is not for me? I don't even want to start. And that's where we make a mistake, because we are going to lose on that social pact agreement of wanting the citizens to have a sense of ownership of their own economy, of their own country. So how do you then do it? You go to those centers, and they are there. Like I said, TIA is doing a good job. DSI is doing a good job there. It's a question of scaling that so that every TVET college, every former University of Technology has got that basically capacitated. And there have been investments in that regard, again, through TIA and DSI, wherein they established what you call technology stations, wherein as a entrepreneur, you could want to say, I want to play a space in the materials development. I want to play a space, basically coming in to beneficiate locally. And therefore, through the expertise that they have and the technology they have, and where it needs to be that the further investment be made, it gets to be made so that when you come with that idea, they are able to basically help you with conceptualizing, designing it, and producing it, and therefore getting to a space whereby you then push for a commercialization part of it. Hence, I was saying, it becomes therefore important for the South African business in general to begin to adopt this culture of venture capital so that innovation is funded. There is good initiative, and government is doing well. If you look at the tax incentive from R&D, which is not aimed for state-owned and government-owned, by the way. It's meant for private sector, wherein you could have tax incentive of up to 150 just to fund that. The gap, of course, is funding the commercialization from primary research to then, the market. And those are the things that we need to grapple with. But for the women organizations, for young people, and for the people with disabilities, physical challenges, for them to come in and get to understand and grapple with technical and engineering aspects of it and play, you need to move closer to the institutions of higher learning. I'm sure that I've tried to assist in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Luca, you spoke about hydrogen as key in abating, in resolving hard to abate sectors: transport, shipping, steel, petrochemicals, etc. So on the demand side, what's going on in those industries? Because this is highly ambitious, a high level of coordination required. As you said, there's going to have to be a lot of incentives up front in order to get this sort of ecosystem going. But what are the signals that you're getting from these industries in relation to their readiness for hydrogen? I'm thinking about when you speak about green ammonia for shipping, is the IMO speaking about hydrogen? Are they putting it into their frameworks to decarbonize the shipping industry, etc.? So what are the signals you're seeing globally, even in South Africa, around from the demand side?
Yeah, so they are very good question. There are many signals, and I would say the key sectors, how to abate sectors, they know what's coming. If they don't see it, the investors generally tell them, because there is this anticipation factor in the investment of capital. So there is high pressure. All the steel makers, all the refining oil and gas players are under tremendous pressure. So I think the awareness is very high. We see a lot of companies very proactively positioning themselves in those transformations. So that's for sure. But what will make the trigger, what will force the scale up, is, I think, primarily going to be the regulation. And some of the tools in the regulation are extremely fast. Talk about green synthetic fuels, much more expensive than a traditional fuel. You put a blending mandate, immediately you get the demand, immediately. You say 5% of all the jet fuel has to be green. You get demand immediately. So it increases a little bit the cost of a flight, but you get the demand immediately, right? The issue also with the regulations is to carefully manage the costs that you are putting on your companies that other companies don't have. So there are also border taxes that are being implemented, as Europe is doing, because they are increasing carbon tax. So they want to make sure that imported goods are added. So increasingly, because of regulation, the economics of doing it green will reach the parity with the economics of not doing it green. There's another key force, I mentioned it earlier, it's going to be the consumers. The question, and this is not fully studied yet, but what is going to be the power of net zero branded products? A sticker on any product, a smartphone, a car, net zero. I mentioned earlier, it's not a huge cost increase to make it net zero. So will it be a market, a premium for that? Will it be even a regulation incentivizing the purchase of those goods in different ways? So I think today it's difficult to really predict how fast and how, I would say, bold the regulation will be. But we all see that it's coming. It's coming probably faster than most people think. And companies with pressure, with strong pressure from investors are getting ready, I would say. In all the hard-to-abate sectors, I would say the companies, it is top of the agenda in the boardrooms of all the companies that have a high carbon intensity, I would say, today.
So we've got some Q&A coming off our online platforms. I've got a question here from Pat van Leustrecht. Hydrogen has had false starts in the past. We believe this time that it will be different. What is being done differently now, ensuring it's playing a key role in a clean, secure, and affordable energy sector? I'll start with Dr. Polo, and then you can answer as well, Lucas, if you feel you can.
I think the fact that to produce it, you are using your wind and solar, and that's where actually the central response to that question comes in, because once you do that, then it becomes the main, therefore, intention of output and therefore application to other industries. That would be my response.
Luca? So they were saying hydrogen has had a false start in the past. So what's going to be done differently now to ensure that it actually plays a key role in clean, secure, and affordable energy future?
I mean, for South Africa, what needs to be done differently? Yeah. So I guess that if we compare to the past, for me, we can't really compare now with the past because we are in a very different context, I would say. And they are already, hydrogen is already scaling up, already ramping up in many places. So I would say for a bit the same I mentioned at the end of my presentation, it's going to be coordinated action. I think there's been a lot of silo activity in the past. I think now it's a coordinated action. And when I say coordinated action, is really all parts. It means the regulator, the off-takers. We haven't talked enough maybe on the off-takers. We need to bring in the shipping companies, the airlines, the airports. Right? It's this whole ecosystem that needs to be coordinated.
We've got a question here from Bitumelo Sehlake. She's saying, what is the plan for minibus taxis? In the past, fuel cells and minibus taxis were in the pipeline. However, it wasn't well received or understood. Is there a rollout plan for the taxi industry? I suppose this is not a fair question because it's a green transport strategy question, and we don't have the Department of Transport on the table. But I think we can, unless any of the speakers can speak to any of the plans that you're aware of, we can just park that as a question because I think it does speak to the green transport strategy. I'm not sure from the government perspective, a CEF perspective, if you're aware of any plans with the minibus taxi industry. Dr. Paulo?
Obviously, I will not speak
On
behalf of my bosses, but what I could do is maybe to say that I think there's an element that was raised, and hence in my first slide, I tried to sketch the role of government across the sector. Indeed, the element of regulation is central, because there's a good example of this and how it will therefore assist as well with empowering the SMMEs and entrepreneurs, women in particular in this case, is by localization of production thereof is critical. I think there have been regulatory framework that came in on the cement side, which is a good one, to say that government, for example, will use cement that is locally produced. And that change, even the dynamics there, we began to see investments in manufacturing thereof. So I think that instrument and that lever must be used more. And once that comes in, there's no doubt that its application even on the public sector and public transport in the form of taxis and buses would be easier than to carry through.
Luca?
And maybe if I can add two key elements, the infrastructure, and that is true for fuel cell vehicles, but also for electric vehicles. And it's easier on specific corridors where the vehicles just stay in that corridor because you can localize, target that specific infrastructure. But if you're talking about vehicles that go all across the country, unless you have an infrastructure in place, the case for changing the technology is complicated. And the financing. The financing at individual purchaser, because when we do this analysis, we see from a total cost of ownership, the extra cost at purchasing the new vehicle can be compensated by the savings, especially for the electric vehicles, in using a much cheaper fuel, which is electricity. But that financial sort of cash flow profile is not optimal for individuals who don't have the means. So the financing, how do we help the purchase of the new asset?
I'm going to come to the floor in the room because we do have quite a few people, and I see some enthusiastic hands going up. We have one question from Cecil.
Yeah, it's not a question.
Okay, so a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted
Do we need? Let me just check. Do we need a microphone? Do we have a microphone that's sanitized? Okay, I think they're going to come with an actual microphone. Should I come stand next to you and you can speak into my microphone? Sister Mbakazi, I hope that we can capture it. Yes?
I just wanted to maybe just add on this mini taxi issue. A couple of years ago, there was a conversion of taxis to LPG. And back to Luca's problem, the taxi industry was willing to run their taxis on gas, but then there was no infrastructure. So the issue of infrastructure is actually very important. And I think the willingness and the pilot that was done showed that there was actually economic benefit for the taxi industry, and also there was also an environmental benefit because the emissions from the LPG-driven taxis were low. So I think once we have technologies and we have infrastructure, because you need to refuel, I'm sure the taxi industry could be converted. And of course, the financing thereof.
Thanks, Sister Magazi. I think this speaks to the issue of orchestration, planning, coordination of all of the enablers to make sure that the ecosystem works. I'm going to come to you, Sis Priscilla.
Sorry, I'm going to be a bit provocative to the panel because they're men. I love them. I think, first of all, thanks for just simplifying this complex and topic. And it seems to me that, as you mentioned several times, both of you in different languages, that there has to be deliberate efforts. I just want to know from a private sector perspective, and what are you doing to ensure that we are bringing in more and more women into the sector because we are marginalized and we are left behind. So we can go and look at opportunities, and when you put a tender forward, they want an experience. When you're applying for a job, they want an experience. But when you go for an interview, lots of headwinds and biases. So what do we need to do to really break this and ensure that we can bring more and more women to play in the space?
I'm going to hand over to you. I'll start with you, Luca. It is the Women in Energy think tank, after all. Yes.
And it is an excellent question. And I don't know if the answer to this are very different in this new economy that is hydrogen than it is in other parts of the economy that is not hydrogen. I think we need, but I would say the opportunity that we have there, it's new. So in a way, there is no status quo yet. But I think it's extremely critical that we don't replicate the status quo that we have in other places, meaning all the best practices in driving inclusion, diversity, in the investment, in the employment equity have to be applied from the very start. And that is putting a gender lens in directing investments, a gender lens in the employment. And I can maybe share separately that we've done a lot of work on what it takes to drive gender diversity and inclusion. But I think it's good to prioritize that new sector because precisely it is so-called greenfield in a way, so that we can implement all the best practices from the start. So that would be my first answer on this one.
Okay, Dr. Polo?
Yeah, I think I do hear your heartbeat, Priscilla. For me, I think as individual leaders, we need to be held accountable and responsible. It should be something that is on our scorecards, and we've got to be deliberate with it. It's unfortunate that even after some of the policy framework has been developed, sometimes it's us who make it impossible or even turn a blind eye to say, for as long as there's no pressure, we will not. And I think we are doing the country a disservice. And hence I'm saying, honestly, we need to get to the bottom of these reasons why are citizens not caring about their infrastructure. There is that sense of disconnect that, there's no ownership. This thing is not ours. And it starts at this level because with reflection as well. When you come in, indeed, you did a good reflection to say, I see all men here. And that's a fundamental question. And therefore, it's a question that needs to be asked continuously. And even our license sometimes to be in such forums. We need to start there as introduction to say how many of our executives are women, for an example, and things like that, so that this thing becomes part of the fabric of leadership in that. I think we need to be held to account in that regard, so that, there is movement for it. But for as long as it's some policy issue, they will come with very brilliant excuses of why it's not being done. Until I know, for me to be able to relate well with my stakeholders, this is central, and therefore I need to account on this, and I need to be seen to be doing something with this anomaly. And therefore, issues of quotas are there. There's policy framework in that regard. But for some reason, because there's not enough pressure. And this issue about, I think, us as business, when it comes to this thing, we are quick to erase the issue of not being competitive and all that. We forget that there's also a currency or a license for us to operate in this country. And I think we need to be much more deliberate in addressing this. And as leaders, there's no longer a room for us to create excuses. We don't have a reason not to, quite frankly. Thank you.
So, says Priscilla, it's in nobody's performance contract, it's in nobody's ABP. No one has ever gotten fired.
Yeah.
For not ensuring that women are not integrated into the economy and value chain. And I think until those accountability systems are in place, then it will continue to be a discussion, pretty much. Dr. Maurice?
Very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much for this wonderful, very informative session. Thank you. One comment and then one question. Just following up on Priscilla, because I really also as passionate as her to ensure that these little children of ours enter this economy, because the old one left them behind, our little daughters, and it's very important. So maybe one of the suggestions, thinking back how we actually, probably 20 years ago, to get black people just entering the old oil industry, was the very deliberate intention of first making sure we just take power through organizations like AMF and fight as much as we can. So you got to fight. There's just no doubt. Nobody gives away power freely. So Ntata, I know you're a fighter. Please just get fighting. Nobody in the history of mankind has given it fair. So we had lots of fight through organizations like AMF. But more importantly, I think this is very important. There's a slide there, look, and I would like to look at it a little bit more in detail. I remember we used to draw value chains of each of them in great detail. A value chain of oil and gas, a value chain of electricity, and a value chain of a different aspect. And be very specific about each opportunity that is real, from a small business, medium-sized business, and to a large business. And then also we used to spend a lot of time and says, then if you want to enter this space, there's a number of one. You can be an entrepreneur. Secondly, you can be just a professional, or you can be a service provider, or you can be an executive like myself and Priscilla, people like that who choose that route. And this, in that way, you actually create a number of pathways on this new hydrogen economy. And we need, and Tato and the team, we need to be very deliberate about unpacking to that level of detail. And then popularize it throughout the whole country. And that's very important, especially among women. It's very important. That's a comment. The question I have for you, Luca, and it's also a question I'm grappling with. You're talking about somebody needs to coordinate the silo initiatives all over. I was sitting here and I'm thinking of an orchestra. An orchestra is somebody who's playing trampoline, somebody's violin, somebody's playing guitar, somebody's playing a little flute. But there's one person who's called a choir master who stands there and conducts this massive orchestra and produce harmonic music. The question is, who is this big choir master that's going to coordinate all these initiatives you've spoken about to really produce a harmonic music that will make us to really achieve what we want to achieve in terms of this hydrogen economy? Thank you.
Thanks, Ndati Maurice. I can see you, Luca, have some response to that. So without being too directive about how South Africa drives its own agenda. From a French person, that is.
Yeah. I'll disappoint you, Maurice. I cannot name the conductor. I cannot name the conductor because and this is an excellent and complex, very complex question, because we are talking about a world that requires more and more cooperation, orchestration, and at the same time, a world that is moving from being very vertical to being a lot more horizontal, meaning that the power, the decision-making, more into decentralized ecosystem than in vertically, vertical value chains, vertical chains of commands and things like this. So that makes the question even more relevant and more complex. So when I say there need to be a coordination, that doesn't necessarily mean there need to be a centralized leadership of all of this. Example is, for example, if we try to bring it to hydrogen, what it could mean for South Africa, we're talking about more an integrated and coordinated plan that is not owned by one, but that is owned by multiple. And we're talking here about coalitions, cooperations, energy council, things like this that bring in, but the risk, obviously, is to exclude critical elements, so we need to make sure that those are inclusive enough to bring everybody together, but eventually get long-term clarity. Because the risk with this decentralized, sort of increasingly decentralized economy is that we lose a sense of planning. And those countries who can plan long ahead, like China, will win over everybody else if we lose that capacity to plan, capacity to look into the future, see what will be the shortages of raw materials, what will be the critical resources, what are the optimized sort of setups for infrastructure and all of that. If we don't look into the long term and think about what is best in the long term, we're going to do the wrong things. We're going to invest in the wrong infrastructures. We're not going to size our ports properly. We're not going to do anything right. So we need the long-term view. We need the planning, but we should not wait for a leader to bring everybody together. It has to be more like a bottom-up, decentralized coalition. And I believe in platforms. And those platforms, and this is a new skill to learn, companies need to be more extrovert. Government needs to be more extrovert and learn how to work in coalitions and drive planning in coalitions. So this is the main, it doesn't answer all aspects of it. We would have to go deeper into this topic to really, but it's really, I think, the direction to make it work.
I'm not sure if you have any input on that, Dr. Polo, as we go into our wrap-up.
Yeah, I think the question is a critical one. And we are where we are because of failing to define that question. And I think naturally we would move and say government for start. That's why there is even that planning unit there. I think the thinking was there. But where there is a disjuncture or rather a gap is we haven't mastered how do we bring in that part with the various stakeholders such as this. So where it becomes easier for you to coordinate with such to say there's a gap here, how do we close it and define it? Challenge with us again, I think it goes back to what I was lamenting all about. There is a sense of lack of patriotism to us as South Africans, let's be honest. That's why we would destroy our own infrastructure at this slightest provocation, you know. And the net impact of it is that when, say, a solution comes from outside, by outside I mean even if it means it's a direct foreign investment, if it is not responding to my local need, it's really not assisting me, you know. I cannot have a situation, if I may paint a scenario of a company, say, comes in to say, I've got funding for you for renewables, as an example. Fine, good enough. But I will not produce from your country. It's not competitive. I would need a guarantee from Treasury of this investment. And it becomes the South African banks that fund it. So what you have, you are coming in to capture my market, you know, almost without terms. So you're converting the country to a country of consumers only, and you create value elsewhere in terms of beneficiation. And that's where the instruments of policy come in. And I think we need to be deliberate. We have got a problem in this country of unemployment, of low economic development, and we need solutions that will also help us address this thing. Now, the other problem, because of this lack of patriotism, is that we are not really a homogeneous country. When there are problems, we are very quick, some of us, to say, no, we are emigrating. We throw the tantrum and, you know, nothing works here. And I think as a country we need to reflect on this thing. How do we respond to this for the next generation? What is it that we are not getting right? Issues of corruption, yes, let's deal with them. But we cannot, therefore, give up on ourselves because of this thing. Because what happens is that any other person then takes advantage of us, you know. because we are so chaotic and we are not well coordinated. Our plans are not well defined. So what a nice play for whoever wants to come and just extract value and leave no value in return in the country. I think those are things that we need a deep reflection. And for me, if you go to the New Development Plan? NDP. Very good document. That document is over how many years now? It's finishing 2030. So it's over 10 years since it has been in existence, isn't it? Yes. How many of us have read that document? That document is so spiritual that when you read it, you get surprised whether you are reading the Bible or you're reading. No, there are elements of that in it, because I think it was aimed at, bringing this sense of patriotism to the country. But we have not made it our business to understand that plan. Yeah. And hence, whatever we do, we are away from that. It's a perfect plan, in my view, under circumstance. Yeah. We can refine it, perhaps, as we go along, but in terms of it giving direction, it's there. How do we then get these various organizations? How do we even get private sector to fund the implementation of that plan? Is that what we have in South Africa? Private sector that is reluctant to invest in our own economy. Yeah, they rather go elsewhere to invest instead of our economy. Again, it's elements of patriotism, I argue. Then you have people who are supposed to be supporting this whole thing. They are the ones destroying the very same infrastructure, burning schools, destroying railways, and things like that. We have a serious problem that we need to deal with. And perhaps is to go and take such documents, because they were well thought through, in my view. Reflect on that and see how, as religious organizations, because it's even covered there, do we reflect on that? How do we, as society in general, security, you name it, all other aspects of our society are touched there. How do we make these documents living documents as various organizations and individuals? And that, for me, is the gap, because what we're going to do, we're going to create this perception that we don't have a plan. Go and develop a new one. Leave it to gather dust for the next 50 years and lament the same thing. We don't have, there is a plan. How do we begin to internalize the content and apply it? For me, it's a challenge. And that's what we need to be grappling with. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more questions, but I'm conscious that we are coming to the end of the panel. So I'm going to ask, how many, is it 2 people from the floor or 1 person? 1 person for the floor. You can just give the closing question from the floor. No dissertation, sweet and short.
Sorry. Move here. Yeah. So there's an article that came around about 2018 that indicated that the traffic for internet would actually is actually going to switch from normal laptops to mobile phones. And in the year, they estimated in the year 2023, people are going to spend around about 6.3 billion hours looking at their cell phones. So, and if you look at the trend, because of the COVID, that has actually happened. A lot of people are actually spending more time on their devices. There's something called screen time. So that is actually the thread that is going to tie up all of this, in my view. all of these initiatives, because if you have a communication channel that can talk to citizens in a personalized way, and you also can bring what you call the Uber model, because whenever you are involved in initiatives that involve communities, where communities take initiatives, and you have got a decentralized system, which can, even run on some system that is not controlled by anyone, you are able then to get people to be involved, because in their own personal space, on their own devices, they can be able to access all these opportunities. You can be able to translate the messages, which is actually the document that we need to read, into media, like videos explaining what actually the document is about. And by so doing, you are able to touch a lot of people. But what I've realized is our government is not so much interested in the software. I think software is the solution, because if you look at who's the richest man in the world, I mean, there are companies out there that will tell you, established in 1801. But here's a guy, in 5 years, he becomes the richest guy in the world. And what is his business? Facebook, software. Why is our government not investing in software? There are no initiatives like that. And even if there is very little, especially in the mobile application development. If you go to the Innovation Hub, back in Pretoria there, they've got a very small room dedicated to mobile application development. And you find that there's like 5 or 6 young people trying to do something there. And there is not enough investment in that space. Yet, software can produce the richest people in the world. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. They all run their business on software, including Bill Gates. What is his business? Software. But nobody really puts interest in that. And when you look at the mobile technology, that's what allows us to ride a taxi. So the communication channel is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we've come to the end of our first panel. I would like to thank you, Dr. Polo, as well as you, Mr. Shomonte. Very provocative and I think very insightful about the grand plan and what is possible and the future orientation and the opportunities and the potential. It clearly raises a lot of points. One is that as South Africa, we are well positioned to play. We've got all the ingredients, but the ability to optimize the orchestration is what it's going to boil down to. And we've heard words such as planning coalition. We've spoken about inclusion in value chains, but also the importance of managing inclusion in a way that we're also de-risking our investments and our opportunities. So what's clear to me is that there's a tension point in this discussion. The tension point is between global, local, centralized, decentralized, orchestrate, siloed, and these are the tensions that are going to have to be navigated effectively. Now, I think that speaks to the maturity of our democracy, about our ability to manage and navigate tensions. So essentially what I'm seeing is that this is a grand plan or a grand opportunity that is going to have to rely on our maturity as a democratic country to navigate it. I'd like to close off with one comment that we got from the floor, and it's from Pat. She says, if you want to know where the world is going, follow women. And I think this... And so this brings us back to the point I think Priscilla was making. This is, while we are using this as an opportunity to be informed, to understand, and to have the conversation, you're still leaders in your respective organizations, and you still have a responsibility in your leadership team, in your technical teams, in your boards, to ensure that you have that diversity of thinking and planning, to ensure that you've got the full integration of women and disadvantaged groups. I mean, I'm a beneficiary of that. I used to sit on the Sapia Petroleum Industry Association as an alternative board governor, because these two people sitting in front of us instituted a policy that all CEOs must bring a woman to the table. And so it's that level of deliberate if you want to ensure that women are participating in the decision-making at the table and part of the deliberations to ensure that we can have optimized orchestration. So on that basis, I'd like to thank you for making it out on a Saturday morning. Today is Halloween. That's not why we scheduled it today. But please enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And if we have any comments or questions that come from our community, we will direct them to you accordingly. We've been given a task, which is unpack these value chains in granularity, understand who can play where, SMMEs, big businesses, academics, and all the different typologies, I think, of women that are part of our community, so that we can be clear and we can put a clear map of this is what the hydrogen economy can bring, this is where you can play, and I think that would be the basis of more structured conversations about the gaps and the enablers for our community. But on that basis, thank you very much, and we will go into a break for about 10 minutes. Can I just get a sense? 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back. We are now going into our second panel. For those of you who joined us earlier and were worried why we just had a panel of men in a Women in Energy conference, it was because we were saving the best for last, which is best for the middle, which is the panel of women. And so we're going to now have I think we're going to have an interactive session. What we're trying to understand, now that we've had a good overview of what this hydrogen economy is about, what the opportunities are about, what the value chain is about, what it means in the ecosystem of South Africa, we're now going to drill down into a few companies. We've got Nosizwe Dlengezela from GE, who's the regional sales executive. We've got Tembekazi Madi, am I correct? Is this Tembekazi Mali, who's a senior VP, research and technology at Sasol. And then we've got Ms. Mpho Ludalo, who's a sustainability champion for Region Africa at Siemens Energy. And they all have been given the same brief. What are your company strategies? What challenges do you see? And what are the opportunities for women? So we will start with you, Mrs. Nosizwe.
That's great. I mean, thank you very much for this invite. Again, my name is Nosizwe. Actually, my correct title is I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Gas Power Systems for Sub-Saharan Africa. I look after around 46 countries in the region. We are demarcated into SADC, East Africa, Francophone, and West Africa. And I am from Soweto in Diepkloof. And because earlier in our last panel, they were talking about how do we create an appetite for women to have an interest in the energy sector and really have meaningful participation. And I think I'm a real good ambassador or an example of that, a journey that's been learned over time. And my route has really certainly been the professional one. I wanted to share a few notes around General Electric, not only the power business of General Electric, but GE as a conglomerate, and its thought around the decarbonization journey that it needs to ensure it's a meaningful partner of. Quickly, if you know a bit about GE, not only do we have our power business, which has the gas components, renewables component, steam component, but we also have our aviation business, which probably carries the largest fleet in the world of our engines that we have. We have our healthcare business, also quite prolific. So at a global level, decarbonization is our leading strategy in terms of how it is we are wanting to build a world that works. And then we need to filter that down a couple of levels, and I'll bring it down to power. And I'll also then land it around our participation, our thought, and our strategy, specifically for South Africa and also the sub-Saharan region for us. One of the things as gas power systems that we have been not only advocating but communicating is that the switch to gas from coal, and I know my coal colleagues are going to be jumping up and down at this, creates a 55% immediate emission reduction. And I think that's a really powerful thing when you think about a decarbonization journey, because we're all trying to get somewhere with this. And so how we then think of gas and the goals that we want to achieve, and we think about sustainability, is that we really need to see it as an instrument that allows us to leapfrog into that future, really in the nearest term that's possible. I think then the second element that we consider when we think about this reduction is then the combination of gas and renewables. BCG spoke earlier about how do we balance out the grid and all the issues of intermittency. And now we're talking about an 80% reduction in emissions. And then the last piece, obviously, around hydrogen, which we see as a destination fuel, because to build a hydrogen economy requires the orchestrated effort that they were talking about earlier, which is rather easier said than done. But what we know about that eventuality of being as close to near net zero as possible is then hydrogen creates this incredible opportunity for us to live in practically a carbon-free environment from a power generation perspective and a point of view. And so this journey and what we advocate for is, as much as we would like to walk into rooms and say we can reach, zero carbon emission by next year, what we know from a practical point of view, based on the complexities of generating power projects or even converting them, is that that's simply not true. And so the question is, how do we then work with our different markets so that we partner with them along this journey? So 2 critical markets for us that have a huge focus on decarbonization: South Africa, very critical. I'll talk a bit about that, as well as Nigeria. In Nigeria, we're looking at, the capturing of flare gas, et cetera, to help them build their strategy towards decarbonization that creates that immediate effect. With South Africa in June, we actually launched a white paper that talks about a couple of things around the just transition piece. And let's talk about just transition as a South African. What does this mean? Ultimately, what this means is that South Africa wants to leapfrog into this near net zero country and economy, but has to bring a very unbalanced economy along with it, where the anchor of our economy historically, 7 to 12% of our GDP has really been in the mining sector, and coal has a big part to play in that. So we can sit here at these conferences, have very good conversations, but the question is, how are we going to bring everybody else along? And in South Africa, a number of the thoughts, and the initiatives that we've been highly engaged on are, I think, at a multiple level. When we look at our installed base, we've got the largest installed fleet on the continent, which is gas. And gas is wonderful. Well, gas turbines are wonderful because of their ability to be fuel flexible, right? You can run a whole lot of things on gas. And so we look at the potential for conversion at the pre-combustion level. What can we convert, or what fuel can we use that allows us to move a needle from a decarbonization perspective? And then eventually, obviously, as we talk about hydrogen, what's this reality of us then having the feedstock as hydrogen in these gas turbines that allows for the cleanliness of that? And in South Africa, where the opportunity remains is that as South Africa journeys into its energy mix and the introduction of gas, here lies an opportunity where not only do we have a successful renewables program, which is great, but now we are right at the inception of thinking very smartly, very inclusively about gas, about either whether it's LNG or natural gas, and then ultimately destination fuel hydrogen, to say from a pre-combustion perspective and the feedstock, how do we think through about this economy to allow for this to happen? All great and well, but we need the skills to do this. Once again, in October, GE has just launched the Next Engineers program. It's a global program where we've committed $100 million to the education of, and we would like to say, young people mainly, with a special focus on women between the ages of 13 and 18. Because you need to kind of get them when they're still young to have that excitement, right? And one of the reasons why South Africa was one of the critical destinations where we've invested $2.5 million in this program is exactly for this. As we go through the journey of decarbonization, we're going to need young people, females who have the exposure, the education, the experience to be able to participate in the sector. And then I think finally, one of the things that also becomes almost non-GE, this is Nosizwe as the girl that comes from Soweto who works in the energy sector, I always think about how does this energy conversation affect my neighbors where I grew up? Because I go back there, it's still home, right? When they ask me, so Noz, you do all of this stuff, how does this affect me? Or how must I think of it? Or what must I say to my kids about it? Is to go back and remember that people who have had the greatest impact and effect around any energy issues have been women. Our rural women are the ones that go and get the wood and start the fires so that they can cook for their families. It has been our women that have sold paraffin in order to feed their families. It has been the women that have been responsible ultimately for heating of our homes. So we cannot think of it too globally, universally. We need to think about what does it mean for this family today to sleep without electricity? Can this woman feed her children? Does she have the luxury of calling an Uber Eats? And that is how we need to get women interested in the topic of energy and energy security. I think hydrogen, from a destination point of view, is great. I think the people in this room will appreciate it. But I think that what we really, really need to think of is what do we tell our aunts, our young cousins around why thinking through what happens with our energy sector is important to them. And also, from an education and a decision-making point of view, why are you going to encourage your daughter to go and study in this direction? There is no course at university called How to Develop and Build a Power Plant. It doesn't exist. But the question is the collateral in the market? Are the people that you can speak to? Is there someone that you can phone? And then also as a mom, why is it of importance to you to think about when I go and buy that prepaid electricity and I see that 50 Rand translating into certain kilowatts, why must I be interested in how that energy is generated? When I see the emissions, when you walk out of some of our communities and you see the emissions and you see the health conditions, it's the mothers that are going to have to take care of those health conditions. And really, I think that's where the conversation around female inclusivity begins. Before we even leapfrog to how do we then involve them as entrepreneurs, as managers, as executives, within the energy sector as a whole. So I think finally, as GE, is that this is a journey that we are committed to, we are intent on. We are the only ones with 18,000 running hours of technology in the world today based on 95% hydrogen. And so as we are preparing our tech, we are preparing our R&D for future optimization of our tech, which is kind of the space that we control because we can't always control all of the rest of the members of the orchestra. We also have the social responsibility towards ensuring that this transition is as diverse and as inclusive as possible. So I think that's a note from myself. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you. We'll come to you, Sister Mbakazi, to give the view from the Sasol perspective.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks again for inviting me. This is actually a very great opportunity, and I'm very happy to be part of it. I think, as most people and most South Africans do know, Sasol is one of the biggest emitter of carbon dioxide in South Africa, probably the 12th in the world. In the previous year, we've come out that as Sasol, we want to decarbonize. We want to move away from fossil fuel feedstocks. That's moving over to being greener. And I think in the last month, we actually did produce our GHG decarbonization roadmaps. And then we said that we would like to reduce our emissions by 30% in 2030. And to do that, we have, there are different technologies that we want to use. We want to green basically the facilities that we actually do have. So we're not going and building, firstly building our green fields. We have facilities, and I think most people know that we also have this technology. I think the speakers before spoke about the Sasol Fisher Traps technology, which I think is one of our biggest endowment, other than having South Africa having other natural endowments. And that is what Sasol is going to tap into greening this, our value chain. They're using renewable energy, using electrolysis, producing hydrogen. Also, as a transition, we're already using gas already as Sasol, because right now our feedstocks are a mixture of gas and coal. However, we want to transition using gas to actually a greener economy. And in doing that, we will then reduce our emissions, and we also have a net zero target by 2050. And that takes a whole lot of way of thinking, because then, which means you really have to up your renewable energy procurement. You really have to up your feedstocks. So when it comes to the upstream, you'll be looking at renewable energy, you look at electrolysis, and you also look at biomass. Because when you talk about renewable energy in a Sasol context, because we must know that eventually we want to produce sustainable chemicals, and also we want to produce sustainable aviation fuel. And what makes us unique as a company is that we then do have those building blocks to build this economy through. When we talk about hard to abate sectors, which is one of them is aviation fuel. So if Sasol, in its by using its Fischer-Tropsch technology, will then be able to convert fuel, hydrogen, renewable energy, biomass. Because remember, for you to have the fuel, you need a carbon source, which right now the carbon source that we're using is coal. But we need a carbon source, and that will come from biomass. And over time, it will probably come from direct air capture. But that is a technology that's still far away. But right now we're looking at biomass, and we need an above-ground carbon for your products to be actually classified as green. So you cannot be using anything that comes under the ground. So biomass and waste, we have lots of waste, so we need to beneficiate the waste that we have. And we get biogas, which you can also put in the system to actually produce all of this. But I just want to come to, before I tell you other things that Sasol are doing, I just want to come to what Mr. Khadebe did talk about, because I also thought I would try to look at the value chain and look at the areas where I think there are opportunities and areas where we think SAS will also, in our development of the economy, could assist. So if you look at the renewable energy chain, so there are lots of skills required. You could have artisans, you could have technicians, those for the construction of the renewable energy plants. There are opportunities in manufacture, the component manufacturing of your PVs, of your blades. That could be another opportunity for people to just think about where in the value chain you want to play and what are those opportunities. When you talk to biomass, you could look at technologies to actually beneficiate waste, because you have waste which you could then sell as feedstock. And looking at agriculture, looking at growing energy crops which you then maybe upgrade to pellets which can then be used in the Sasol process for gasification. So just that in that upstream supply side, there are lots of opportunities. And when it comes then to education, because this is a sector, it's not a new sector per se, but I think there are so many opportunities. We want to go the education route. Say at Sasol, we use engineers, have scientists, you have plant managers, people who actually operate the plants. And if you go into building green fields, because now there are going to be other opportunities to build green fields. So those skills are definitely going to be needed. And I know people talk about, there's no manufacturing in South Africa. But if we have pipeline of projects coming on stream, those skills will be needed. So we need to build skills, build the skills at university level, build skills at TVET colleges, and also grow the pipeline in high school. I mean, if I were to have my way, I will actually teach sustainability, primary school, teach environmental sciences, primary school, because you need to get young people and get women involved at that level. Because sometimes when children grow and now they are about to go to university, there are other things that occupy their minds. They want to be an actual scientist. I don't even know how to pronounce it because I don't know. So they all want to be actual scientists because I guess it's just now becoming money rather than how to be green. But we're going to use technology to be green. Data scientists. Nowadays we work with big data, and you need data scientists because the artificial intelligence of all things is the way of the future. So there are all these different, maybe we're used to having like go study for a BSc engineering, go study for a BS, but now there's so many things. I mean, in this value chain, you need economists, you need finance and legal, you need project management, you just people to be able, somebody was talking about, Dr. Pula was talking about people structuring deals. You need to have that capability. And also, in the value chain itself, because it's an ecosystem, you need partnerships. So, I mean, like right now, there's this renewable energy bid 5 was announced. So if you were to ask yourself, how many women were part of the consortia that were chosen? So we haven't drilled down to see what companies, but those are the opportunities that we probably maybe are not taking advantage of. And we have to ask ourselves why. Is it because of access? We don't know that these things are happening and men go sit in corners by themselves and do these deals without us. But we have to be out there and try and get involved and actually just push away and want to sit in the table. Okay, so I'm just going to maybe just quickly run down what Sasol is doing. And I think Sasol has been producing gray hydrogen for a long time. So we know how to handle hydrogen. And one of the things that we want to do in our partnership with Toyota is to start catalyzing the market now using gray hydrogen and eventually transitioning to green hydrogen. I mean, we announced this N3 corridor. So if we try to get heavy-duty vehicles in that corridor using hydrogen. Of course, I mentioned the repurposing of our facilities in Sasolburg, where we actually are producing this gray hydrogen. We can also produce green hydrogen, and we probably have announced that we're going to be doing that in 2023. So we take the facilities that we have. We do have an electrolyzer already. So now all we need to do is just we have a 20 megawatt procurement going for renewable energy. Then we will be able to produce green hydrogen, which is probably will be the first green hydrogen production in South Africa, in the next 2 years. And that we partner. I mean, I think as probably Luca and Dr. Pulu did say, this is not a go alone game. Now it's a partnership game. You have to partner. You have to collaborate with other stakeholders and you have to. I mean, it's a long game, and you cannot go it alone. So, and also the industry is young enough, so you can actually learn and learn from doing with other people. So in Secunda, we're going to be producing the sustainable aviation fuel. Of course, we're going to then have the renewable energy procurement. We're looking at bringing in biomass to produce that. And we're also doing that as a consortium with Lens, which is Enertrag, Navitas, Sasol, and what's the other company? And Linde. Sorry, I just forgot the company. And of course, Sasol is a truly South African organization. So we work and we want to build the industry in South Africa and grow the South African economy. We're working very closely with government, working very closely with provincial governments to actually build this industry. And case in point is the Buchu Bay, which is a government-led initiative. But we, as Sasol, are the industry partner to drive that initiative, building the Buchu Bay port and actually using that port as an export port for hydrogen. Yeah, and because we are a very technology company, we work very closely with universities because we need to build that capacity and also grow knowledge in areas which are good for Sasol specifically, but also for the country. And for instance, the number of postgraduate that we actually fund are not necessarily all absorbed at Sasol, but those can be absorbed by other sectors within the South African economy. And I think maybe I should stop there so that
Siemens can have an opportunity to speak. Thanks so much. We'll move over to you now, Mpo, for the Siemens position.
Good afternoon, everyone, in the room as well as online. So it's a great honor for me as well to be part of this distinguished panel discussion, speaking in front of in-person audience. So what is Siemens Energy all about?
I just want to check. Do we have audio for Mpo? I think they're going to have to just adjust your mic because we can't hear you. Bring a new mic.
I feel special.
It's okay. Your PowerPoint presentation is right behind you.
oh yeah, let me look at that.
Okay. I think we can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Is it good?
Is the audio fine?
Okay, thank you. So what is Siemens Energy all about? As I'll show you on the next slide, Siemens Energy is more than just an energy technology company. We are a partner. We are the driver of energy transition with solutions across the whole value chain, the energy value chain, from your wind parks, your power transmission, your electrolyzers, your power generation solutions, your rotating equipment. As Siemens Energy, we want to decarbonize the energy system with all our might, right? And just looking at the product side of things, we are the leading producer of the hydrogen product, our proton membranes laser electrolyzers. We also have the state-of-art equipment for hydrogen compression as well. And we see the hydrogen as an enabler for us to decarbonize the system, right? And we on annual basis, we invest around 1 billion euros on research and development, and this is to move to make the existing technology to be hydrogen ready, and to also ensure that we shift to 100% hydrogen fuel turbines. And already to date, to show that we are really walking the talk, we have already, our gas turbines, they already capable to utilize 60% of the hydrogen as the fuel. And we do have ambitious target to reach 100% hydrogen fuel gas turbines by 2030. And through electrical automation as well as digitalization, we integrate the hydrogen technology into the end customer asset operation. What is most important is that our solution, we co-create with our customer, because we've realized that we've reached a state where it's no longer about just providing a solution for a customer. There's a new technology, we need to discover it together. So the importance of partnership that has been echoed by previous speakers, it really becomes critical when developing these products. So what is our view when it comes to hydrogen production, right? South Africa and Africa, it's best positioned to be the future producer of hydrogen, as well as to be the exporter, right? And we can take advantage of the available land at low cost, the already available industrial capacity, as well as the available renewable resources and our geographical positioning, right, to growth market. And according to McKinsey report on Hydrogen Insight, they have indicated that it will be cheaper to produce renewable energies in Africa, and South Africa being one of the areas where it will be cheaper to produce hydrogen. That really put us in a favorable position to move this technology forward. And the extensive use of hydrogen, it's required to fully decarbonize most of our industry. We have to take those incremental bold steps to move the technology forward, while utilizing the existing resources, the coal and the gas, to bridge the transition to hydrogen. Funding, the off-takers, the policies, the regulation, and the technology in terms of enhancing it, it becomes key as well for us to move the opportunity forward. As previous speakers have mentioned, this opportunity is too big. It is complex to be solved by one party. We have to join forces to move it forward. We have to build our local resources, our know-how locally. And in our view, this opportunity really offers us an opportunity to come up with African solutions for Africa. Commitment from the government, as well as the variety of industry players, including the academic institutions, as well as the international agencies like your GIZ, your German chambers as well, they will become crucial in engaging in these dialogues of how do we move this opportunity forward. Germany is one of the countries where it's on the forefront when it comes to hydrogen production technology. And I'm sure there are lessons learned that we can get from them. And we will have to partner with those giant countries that are already forward. However, what is important is that as we are partnering with them, it does not become just an opportunity to export, but an opportunity where it's fair and it's equitable for the local to own it, for the local to have that know-how and really take control of the opportunity. We need to ramp up the electrolysis production to allow the scaling off and to lower the cost of hydrogen. Similar like what we did with solar and wind in the past. We need to afford this opportunity a chance to form, right? We will need to gain operational experiences. How do we operate this technology in different environment in the climate? We also need to look at the safety side of things. Though we have been using hydrogen, how do we safely ensure that we are handling it the right way, right? And we cannot deny the fact that with every new technology, it requires new skills. It may require reskilling as well. So we need to really invest on that. The policies and the regulation side of things, it also becomes key. We will have to join our hands to make this opportunity attractive. Now, when it comes to opportunities for women in the hydrogen production, how do we see it internally in Siemens? So on our side, as of recent, we have really done an introspection and taken bold steps to move into an inclusion and diversity culture, because we are of the view that taking that approach, it affords you an opportunity to be more innovative. It really affords one to come as they are. It shouldn't matter their gender, it shouldn't matter their age, it shouldn't matter their sexual orientation or where their ethnicity, right? We need each other. Everyone can add a value in the energy value chain. So through these approaches, we have access to the broad talents, which includes female as well. And we create an environment that really allows different perspectives to be taken into consideration when we are making decisions to move forward. And I think most importantly, it gives that representative of the society and the space that we operate in. But is it just a talk, or are we really walking the talk? So our goal is to have women leadership, 25% of women leadership by 2025. And we also have an ambitious target that by 2030, we should have 30% of our women leadership. But it does not just focus on the leadership side of things. It also focuses on the lower levels as well, as to how do we empower women in the space that they're in, whether be it on the entry side of things. And we do have platforms like the Women Impact Network that we actually utilize to empower one another as well. But just to bring the subject home, I think I am the living example of that, where I started within the energy sector as an engineer in training, and when I joined Siemens Energy, I was still a junior engineer, right? And I had to navigate the space, and I have to say it was not difficult then, 10 years back, to navigate the space. I felt that I didn't have a voice, but through the transitioning of the business, I am in a space where I do belong, and I feel that I do have a voice, and that's why I am sitting at this chair today. And I do believe that I do have the equal merits or knowledge as my male colleagues, and I really call upon the males to not see this as a competition, but to see it as an opportunity to help each other, to support each other, to move this opportunity forward. So for me, definitely it is a subject that's really close to heart. But I think as women as well, we need to take ownership as well. It does not help to be given an opportunity. You join the energy sector, and then tomorrow you've escaped, right, or quit. It is going to get tough, and we need to stay in, right? And I think in terms of the closing remarks, we are best positioned to be the future green hydrogen producer. And I really encourage each and every woman to take this opportunity to utilize it and not to be left behind. And yes, in closing, we are best positioned to come up with African solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Empowa. I think we've had 3 inputs, 3 companies, 3 women.
Yeah.
But conscious that part of what we do at in UOP Women in Energy is we recognize that what we're looking at here is the funnel and not the tunnel. In other words, we're looking at the few women who manage to drip-drop into positions of leadership in these organizations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the people on the line. We've got very good turnout. About 250 people are watching us on YouTube. We're on various platforms, YouTube, Facebook, etc. So please send your questions through. But so I'm going to focus this a bit more on the woman side and the inclusion and integration of women, because I think, Nosizwe, you provoked us a bit there to say, hang on a minute, women are already embedded in the energy system, and embedded as consumers, embedded as people who deal with the unintended consequences, etc. So while we might have a high-level conversation about how do we get in women from a business perspective, leadership perspective, executive perspective, how do we incubate businesses, women are already playing here, but not playing in a meaningful, empowered, and impactful way to actually determine energy futures, right? So I wanted to, and I'm going to ask you guys to dig deep, because I'm going to ask you to dig into your personal experience, because you're not just sitting here as women, you're sitting here as leaders in your organization. Yeah. You have influence over your procurement and supply chain processes. You have impact on the skilling pipelines for your organization as well as for businesses, and you have influence in your organizations. What do you see are some of the challenges that you as leaders, women leaders in this sector, specifically around the hydrogen economy, are going to have to unblock and navigate around this new opportunity? I know it's a bit of a broad question, so even if you can just narrow it in on something that you're particularly passionate about, because part of why we have these conversations is to also speak about our individual agency, because we're all sitting here with it. So what do you see in your particular position, from your particular point of empowerment, in your influence in your organization, both global, you are global and local organizations? What is a particular challenge that you see is ripe for unlocking and unblocking, and how do you think that can be done to better elevate the participation, the voice, and the influence of women in these decision-making processes? I know it's a big one, but I know you've been thinking about it. You were thinking about it when you were in Soweto the other day. And maybe I can start off to just give you a sense. I'm at ESCOM, and I had the benefit of being at a school we were building with Siemens. And we went and we celebrated the school build with the MD, he's here, and we asked the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? It was a primary school. These kids said, policemen, soldiers. No, it was shocking. Policemen, soldiers, and there was something else that I think, teachers, which wasn't so bad. It was the policemen and the soldiers part that was shocking. This was a school that 2 engineering companies had invested in, but the kids didn't know what an engineer was. The kids didn't know what a scientist was. Their life view was, we want to be the people who are in charge in this area. And that automatically told me that, okay, part of what I need to do to influence our CSI strategy is work with the schools we work with to build a pipeline of students coming out of primary school who understand the range of career opportunities, and to work on the maths and science throughput and marks so that they can actually go into them. So I'm asking you to get that granular, because you guys have influence across many different systems in the ecosystem that will influence the uptake and the voice and positioning of women. I'll start with you, Nosise.
I'll try and be short, and I think, there probably is a broad range of answers, right? And I think one, you just touched on it, to do the stuff, you must know about the stuff, just simply put. And where awareness, education becomes most critical. I mentioned our Next Engineers program. Often people ask, where are the big bursaries for postgraduate students? We already have all of that stuff. And that's not really where the issue lies. I think there are plenty of opportunities for graduates and postgraduates in the various fields within the energy sector that they'll touch. But where I think we really need to be able to strengthen that awareness, strengthen that interest, is between those critical ages of 13 to 18. And in order to do that, it means that we have to support our teachers, right? Because our teachers are also sharing probably as far as, their capacity has stretched them. So not only how do I work with the child, but how also do I work with the educator that's involved? And it is our business to do that. If we want meaningful contribution in the future in terms of even the energy mix that we have. So let me say that at a macro kind of society level, that's something that we need to be quite deliberate on, and we also need to partner on. I often think of kind of the skill set. So, one of my favorite departments is the DST, right? I love engaging with the Department of Science and Technology in South Africa. Just the level of knowledge, of skills, of innovation, creativity, wanting to push that needle forward. Unfortunately, they're not an implementation agency, so they really don't have that bandwidth, right? Is to say, how do we replicate this excitement at the most basic level? And I'll share a little anecdotal story. So my son, when he was quite young, he used to ask me, so Mom, what do you do for a living? And it's a bit of a complex answer to say that I project develop the development of gas-fired power plants to a 7-year-old, because he was trying to share this with his teachers. And it's really just in those simple conversations. How is power generated? And what do we use it for? And I think that's why you go to these schools and find that there's no connect between the electricity and the self. Then the last part is kind of around our day-to-day experiences, where we do get challenged by a lot of female consortia that we've been excluded from projects. The guys have gone off into the corner and they've done deals, right? Financing is a big theme in your ability to meaningfully participate, whether it is in the upstream and production of hydrogen, or the midstream, downstream, where it comes whether into power or transportation. And therefore, you need to begin now, and I think taking out of this conversation, is to say that how do I ensure that not only do I build the financial knowledge of what is required of me as a meaningful participant in these consortia, who do I go to, but also how do I financially prepare myself? Because unfortunately, we don't have the benefit of, free shares anymore. It's gone. So therefore, what it means is that if you're a female entrepreneur and your interest is in the consortiums that are putting these projects together, whether production level, generation level, or even distribution level, you need to already be readying yourself for that reality. around a review of, I won't say kind of your overall balance sheet, but also the overall understanding of the lender's expectation. It is sad to say that African projects take around 7 to 8 years to get to financial close because of that lack of preparation, right? And because of other reasons as well. So if the men whom we're talking about are struggling, imagine the women without that agency, without the resources, without the networks, how much more of that struggle it's going to be. And it would be really interesting to see our lenders, I think, join these conversations to also share with our female population how to then ready themselves for that. And I just think the last one that I want to touch on is that skills do matter in consortiums. Skills do matter in consortiums.
It's not enough to just be a woman.
It's not enough just to be a woman, right? Your contribution cannot just be that I'm a female and I've got a credit line. And the reason why skills matter, like in anything in your life, if you're going to invest in anything, you must guard that investment. And if you can contribute from a financial perspective, a project management perspective, a governance perspective, a legal perspective, HR communications, diversity and inclusion, in any way that you can contribute to consortia, it's what really creates merit. And I think that's what truly creates sustainability, so that you also build that internal confidence of saying, you know what, I was sitting at that meeting and I actually understood exactly what everyone was talking about. So I think from me, in a nutshell, that would be my response.
Thanks. Sister Mbakazi?
Okay. I think some of the things I'm passionate about, and I think those have spoken about, career guidance, building the pipeline, and building the pipeline from scratch. I mean, at Southern, we're actually struggling right now because our pipeline used to be robust, to have these young engineers, have these young scientists coming through the system and be part of this huge organization, because I think the vast opportunities that you get in the company there's really quite a huge opportunity, but our pipeline is thin. But I think she has covered that. My biggest, I think it's passion, how we could better spend. I'm not saying we're not spending our CSI better, but energy access, for me, she spoke about people living and they don't know where the energy comes from. Awareness, energy access. And right now, because the renewable energy actually used to have a bad rap before, but I think now renewable energy has been mainstreamed. And we then should try to get people to understand what renewable energy does, what renewable energy can do for them, and issues about, like in rural areas, because there are issues that there's energy poverty. So energy access, we can drive that through CSI. And also, there is a concept called PO, which is productive use of renewable energy. And in other countries, you see these containers which are powered by renewable energy. And people can have SMMEs, start businesses, and be productive. And that's empowerment. And it's just like making communities productive, using energy, which does not necessarily come from the grid. And then you really now you are empowered. So that's, I think it's something we work in communities. Our operations are in communities. So those are things that we probably should be thinking about and making these empowerment independent communities from renewable energy and other energy sources.
Okay,
Yeah, so I actually concur with the points that have been mentioned by the other speakers. So if I can just focus on one point, which is close to my heart, and I also want to challenge all women in this room. So the point that I want to focus on is being a coach to each other. Are we really coaching each other? We are always complaining that we are outnumbered. But what are we doing about it? How are we fast-tracking the multiplication? So I just want you to ask yourself that question. What coaching are you doing, or what coaching are you receiving? Did you ask for help? Because in my view, that's the way that we can move forward together and find ourselves in a position where we are balancing the equation.
So there's quite a few ideas coming here. We've got a few comments from the line, and I'd also like to invite comments from the floor as well. Let's start with you, Priscilla, because I can see you. You're like, this is the meat now. Let's have the discussion. Okay. So is the speaker on? They sanitized it at the back before they bought it. Yeah.
It's because my boss here is telling me to sanitize. Yes, definitely. Wow, what an inspirational panel as well, and it's great to see your careers. I often hear a lot of comments about women and the headwinds that they are experiencing in the work environment. And at the same time, most women I speak to, their career has been sponsored, nurtured by men. And the young people on the line will usually tell you that we don't look after each other. I really want to understand, as executives and this experienced leaders in your organization, what are you doing individually? I spoke about courage earlier on, to really disrupt the status quo. And because I'm listening and I do hear that we need to have value propositions to the businesses. We need to create an awareness. I agree with all of that, and I think you said, do we sponsor? But the fundamentally is that when you look at statistics, high schools, we have a lot of kids that come through, just girls, and they do well. They exceptional performance, better than the boys. They get into the work environment, they're exceptional. I spend a lot of time in Sasol with our women that are engineers in the energy programs. Fantastic talent. But at some stage, they reach a funnel. And we are sitting in these boardrooms and we're engaging. What are you doing? And what are the insights in terms of your commitment to all of these beautiful ladies on the line?
So what are you doing, ladies?
I mean, I can answer that question, right? Because I lead the GE Women's Network for South Africa. And this is what I'm very passionate about. And I often speak about this issue around sponsorship. Because I did have an opportunity to have my career sponsored by males. Unfortunately, there were no women at that time whom I had access to in that sector. So the specific things that we do is we really have a very deliberate kind of KPI-focused matrix of measurement for what we are doing for our female population. So one, at a personal level, right, I think I mentor must be more than 50 women, not only within GE, but other executives actually and managers who are in the sector. And I do that because I too am being mentored by another female. And it's really opened my eyes to, I think, the little bit of knowledge that we can share. I think that's one. The second thing is that how do we then use that agency when we're in closed boardrooms and nobody is in the room on the stuff that really matters? Number one, which is quite critical, when a post comes up, an opportunity comes up at General Electric Africa, but actually this is global, right? The first question that we ask is that do we have a female that can take this role or can be built into this role? I had a recent example, I think some of you might know her, when I still looked after SADC in East Africa, it was imperative to me that the person who would replace my role as MD would have to be female. And I would also add black. And without that deliberateness, where your HR is involved, your other legal entities that look after issues of compliance to ensure that the right protocols are observed. Everybody understands that this is how we recruit. Because that's where it starts, right? It's very easy for people to recruit their buddies or people whom they've worked with and whom they feel very comfortable with. And I think the third and final thing, which is a really big discussion around pay parity, because these are ways in which we can move the needle for women, which impacts directly on their lives. Focused discussion on, we are going to review what the gender pay parity looks like job for job, professional for professional. And so we really don't use our network council, for the massages and pink glitter, which is unfortunate, actually, because we love that stuff too, right? But ultimately, what we use it for is that by the end of each year, our question is, how many women did we hire? How many women did we promote? Did we balance out the scales on parity? And how many people are you coaching?
Yeah.
And from our side, that's what I do, and I think as an organization, that's what we focus on.
Okay. I, in my personal capacity, do not have like formal mentorship and coaching relationships. However, I do that because I spend a lot of time with, from my previous life, with young engineers, young interns, people coming into the organization. And for me, is taking them along in whatever I do. Not necessarily, they see what I do, introducing them to the different networks that I have, exposing them to conferences, exposing them to the sector, the associations, having them to meet other professionals within their working space. But I'm not sure. I'm not saying that I would not mentor, but I like role modeling, whatever it is that needs to be done, and I also learn that how because I see people doing something and I admire. So for me, those people are role modeling behavior, and I would try to emulate. So that's the way I coach. That's the way I people. So I role model what I think should be done.
Thank you.
Empo? So as an individual, active in 2 forums, of which one I'm leading. So the one that I am leading, it focuses on culture. How do we, and this one is a combination, it's not just closed to women. It does have males, and it really focuses on the culture that an ordinary person experiences. What is it, right? And then we exchange tools like your psychological safety. Do you have psychological safety that you feel the environment that you're in, you can speak freely? Reframing, especially with this energy transition, it will be very important to reframe our mind from what we are used to something completely different. So those are some of the tools that we exchange. And basically what happens is that once you've gone through the program, you also get an opportunity, if you're interested, to actually become an ambassador. And that's how we'll multiply and impact on more employees. The second area where I'm active is the Women Impact Network. This is dominated by female. However, we do invite male because they have to know what we are struggling with. And if it concerns them, they have to do something. And this is a space where we really exchange, we go deep. It's a safe space where now we look at, in terms of mental health, what is our state? Are we taking more than we can carry? Taking into consideration all the roles that we play, a wife, a mother, and a leader. So those are the areas where I'm involved to really help others to grow, and for me as well to be helped.
Priscilla, There's the whole point about women's coalitions within your business and outside of your business, because I think often as women, and we might as well be frank because we all know about it, women are conditioned to compete, and so don't naturally create coalitions within their organizations or outside of, I mean, Priscilla and I are one of these coalitions. But it does mean that we have to go over and beyond our own conditioning, and especially if you are that type A person who's reached the peak of your career and you've been an exception your whole life, to actually break out of that and form coalitions with other women in positions of leadership and influence, because that's the alternative to the boys' club, is if women actually start creating their own spaces, their own private chat groups in the Exco, you know, to also syndicate and engage and create safe spaces and supportive, so you guys know about the private group chat and create that safe space for themselves in environments that can still be quite hostile. Still, because the reality is a lot of women, you spoke about the headwinds, spend a lot of time fighting the battles and the, there's a word for this, it's something tensions, but the microaggressions, that finding the time and space to create a safe space for yourself often gets lost in the ether. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents as the facilitator to say set up a WhatsApp group with your fellow EXCO female members, and as you go through discussions you can syndicate to, you know, and drive decisions through EXCO yourselves. Yeah.
We are sometimes our worst enemies. We're very full of self-doubt, and I don't know, maybe because we're very risk-averse. And I mean, if you put a man here, can you do the job? They don't say, oh, I have a PhD, I need a master's, and whatever. And then
yes.
probably have a metric, and they say yes, and they jump. But we want to be, I think we have this perfectionism issue. We want to be everything to be perfect. All the ducks must be in a row, and then we can take them. So we need to learn. I think we maybe teach people to take risks, because we do not take risks. We want set pieces.
I shouldn't be talking too much here. But you've mentioned what I already wanted to say, but I just want to ask a specific question. As I was listening, there's a women network in GE. I know there's a women network in Sasol. There's a women network in Siemens. And the other day yet, we were hosting women in mining, and these young ladies have actually written a book. So the question that comes into my mind again, it's a similar question I asked earlier. Is there not a deliberate, intentional role that you should try to have a meeting of the leaders of these networks and then specifically map a way forward? Or is there restrictions of competition within companies, which I'm not aware of, which are probably preventing that kind of collaboration? That's a question.
Thank you, Ndade Khadeba. I think that's a challenge to us all. We all have women's networks, but we are not caucusing and orchestrating as the leaders of these networks. And besides just leading, it speaks to being able, coming with these networks to lobby. We spoke about regulatory frameworks, policy frameworks. We're not writing the position papers. We're not lobbying into these forums, but we have the skills, the expertise, and large groups of women's networks that can start being a lot more structured. You often speak about this in Ndade Khadebe when you spoke about your initial work that was done around integrating black professionals into the oil and gas value chain. So how deliberate are we being, integrating them into the policy-making process as well? How deliberate are we being as women to step beyond the professional and really start influencing and understanding our political capital now, to start influencing these frameworks and that are enablers for us. We have some comments on the coming off from the line. Yandi Mitchell says, how do the companies break the status quo? and that is leaving the women in the developmental state. And what does it take to move out of that bubble where, you know, women's development is a developmental issue, you leave it in the developmental state, and then how do we unblock that so that we can stop seeing women as a consistent developmental challenge that somebody else must do?
Yeah. I think for me, we need to take chances and give people opportunities, because you don't want to develop somebody to death, and yet you're not giving them the opportunity. You're developing them for what? So you see potential, develop it, nurture it, but put it in a space where they can actually grow. Because I know every company has this development plan for people, but where does that lead to? That's why this lead probably development, perpetual development. But you have to take chances of people on people.
I think it's also about raising your hand. One of the things that I've seen, so I face quite an interesting anomaly in my organization. And I think GE has done a fantastic job by localizing leadership for Africa, and as well as being very conscious of, you know, diversity and inclusion in that leadership profile. And the leadership profile looks great at the executive level, but then the minute you go one level down, we are then stuck once again, right? And does this mean that we don't have a sufficient talent pool that's coming through these development efforts, you know, where the space being created for them kind of a level below? I'd say a discipline and an intentness that I see with a lot of our male talent is they raise their hands. They are not afraid to call, to email, and to determine where the next opportunity is, and also to ensure that they have put themselves forward for that opportunity when it comes. So I think it's a two-way street. I think the one is at an interpersonal level where we really encourage young women, right? And not because they're women, because we need to also build this culture of merit and meritocracy, very, very critical, of saying, I think I'm really good at this, and I'm going to raise my hand. Why? Because I understand strategically where this company is going. If your company is already talking decarbonization, they're talking about hydrogen, they're talking about, and you're thinking, I have a great deal of interest in this, I think I understand the stuff, I know it, where do those opportunities lie? For you to raise your hand and to say, I am available for that seat. And I think you need that one level. The other level really is around organizational intent, right? And this is the same challenge we've had with the skills portion of BBBEE, right? Black graduates feeling as though they're being developed to death, and those opportunities don't exist. And it's going to take a number of, you know, very senior, you know, board members, executives to ensure that they remember those quotas. The quotas are not a joke. They are necessary, because the change is not going to be organic. Unfortunately, we can sit here and wish that it was, but unless you impress on the system that if we have people who have been developed, who are very good, right, we need to ensure that out of the next 10 opportunities, they have X number of them, and that's just how we move on. That's how I think you're going to be able to win that. And in fact, it's a whole pool, right, that you're developing for no clarity.
Okay. So I see it as a collaboration. As women, we need to take ownership of our development, right? But on the same breath, our leaders should be supporting us to do that, because I can raise my voice, but if the ones above me are not in support, it's just going to be a voice that's just going to go silent without moving to the other side. So we need to work together. We need to support the the people who want to move forward. So I see it as a collaboration.
Okay, we've got a question from online. Great point on upskilling the young women in energy and the community at large. What are some of the practical outcomes of GE in their skills development program?
You want me to hit you with the numbers?
This person wants the numbers.
The numbers are great. I'm going to tell you that for sure. What I'm going to tell you for sure is that the numbers they're great and they're phenomenal in terms of how we have demonstrated commitment, not only because some of the projects that we won insisted upon us doing certain things, right? But also because the South African branch office was the second office that General Electric opened after Thomas Edison opened the one in the US. So we've been on a development journey with South Africa for a long period of time. From a gas business perspective, as I said, as the energy mix unfolds before our eyes, this is what we're now targeting to do, to say how do we enhance those numbers. Our renewables business is becoming prolific as well. But from the historic businesses that we've had in aviation, in our steam business, in our healthcare business, the numbers are phenomenal. Hence we launched the Next Engineer program in South Africa as well. And I would like to invite anyone who is interested in being a part of all of these initiatives across the many franchises that we have, right, to please engage our team. I hope you will share some of our details with your audience to find out how they can be a part of that.
We've got a question from Pat. I think this comes on the back of this development to ad nauseum, which says, attracting the talent of tomorrow, millennials, where environment and social benefit is key. What are the company's strategies in attracting such skills without dipping into the same limited talent pool? I could even go as on as saying, you know how they recycle us. We're recyclable. As women execs, we get recycled and literally get to a point where you've got a very small, tiny group of well-networked, well-experienced executives. But what Pat is challenging us with is what has been done to attract skills without dipping into the same talent pool.
Okay, maybe I could. When we look, just recently I've been looking at, firstly, that we need to have EITs, we need to have engineers in training, scientists in training, and of course we have a pool that we have been training in university, so we want to bring them on, but they're quite young, and for me you need the diversity of thought, but if I had my way, the pool would be so big, but it's just like right now, there are lots of constraints. But I think we need to get, more especially because this is a sector that's new, that needs different thinking. Sometimes the people that you already have in the organizations are so entrenched and doing things in a certain way. Because I've been in Sasol this long, and this is how we do things here. It's very difficult to shift that mindset. So you need new blood coming in. It's going to be difficult because once you have your seniors to try and change the mindset, and you're a young engineer coming into an organization, it's going to be hard. So I think the millennials must also they must want to stay the course, because you have to stay the course to be able to change any environment. They should not be flighty and keep moving.
I love that.
I think they're flighty.
I think that's the last question that is related specifically to this panel, and I'll just get your closing remarks. I don't see. Oh, I see a hand on the floor. Tabo. That's the gentleman who was with me at Arbor School, and we were listening to the kids want to be policemen and soldiers. Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a disappointing set of responses. I think maybe just to touch on exactly that point, we don't talk about energy as an industry. If you look at career day or career interventions, you don't hear somebody says, I want to be in the energy industry. They always talk about, I want to be in mining, I want to be in banking. Those industries have somehow sat around a table and formed themselves and solidified themselves and somehow made themselves attractive for young talent to even point towards them. And I think that's part of the work that needs to happen. So I think as you're talking, it's an impressive panel. I came to listen, but I ended up being a student taking notes. Mr. Khade was talking about whether there's any compliance issues around sharing that. No, I'll open up the floor and say no. In this topic, no. It's an industry problem. It is not a competition problem. And the analogy that from the last question that I thought about is, when you have a hose pipe and you've closed the end and the water is still pressured inside, what happens? The pressure is so much that you can't keep it closed. So this topic of pipeline or of talent or women, we have to work on the pipeline. Make sure the pipeline is full. There's a lot of pressure in the pipeline to give these opportunities to women. And what happens, at some point, it has to be open. And I think that's how I interpret it. But my question is, and selfishly because I'm taking notes, I would like to understand, and maybe it could be part of the closing remarks around, what are those maybe top 3 important priorities that we really need to be working at as leaders in order to ensure that we don't miss these opportunities that we talk about? Green hydrogen is huge. It will require, our partners. We think it's competitors, but it's not. It's a huge industry. Siemens Energy will not be able to help alone. So what are those 3 priorities in the same theme around empowerment of women? What are those 3 things that I need to get back into some of my colleagues and say, these are the things that we need to be looking at in order to create a safe space and a lot more inclusive space and an attractive space to bring out these diversity of talents?
Thank you. I think that's a good segue into the closing remarks. 3 top priorities. There we go. You should take my job. 3 top priorities that leaders should be focused on in ensuring full women's participation in these new economic opportunities such as green hydrogen.
I think, first of all, you have to know the thing to be in the thing. You can't wing it. This is not it's not a quick read game, right? And I cannot emphasize enough the availability of collateral, of sessions such as this one, out-webinar the population so that this also becomes clear to them. With the renewables market, I think there was not a kind of a great pool of collateral that went out that created that appetite for inclusion. I think that's the one. The second part is that you need to engage ultimately the people who are going to be putting the money down to invest in this stuff. Engage the lenders. Kwesi's here in his new hat today, but at the heart of it all, many years ago when I was in Japan, a professor said to me, Naz, there are enough intelligent people in the world to solve any technology problem that we have. The question is, how much does it cost? Right? So if you do not understand kind of the perception or the lens of the people who are going to be putting down a bulk of that financial risk, it is always going to be difficult for you to meaningfully participate. I think that's the second one. And I think that is, as leaders, and I'm going to talk as a black female leader, and I go back to this thing that we talk about having agency, but what is that? Right? We talk about being executives in multinationals, but what does that mean when I'm in a room full of my peers around ensuring that I advocate for critical and specific things that pertain to not only the development but the acceleration of female participation, you know? And I love all these nice words that we use in our female groups, but what does agency mean? Because I, too, as a female, I think in that closing statement, have faced many toll gates, right? It's been a journey. But what I've come to understand is that there's a new form of leadership that is coming into the world where being gentle, authentic, and nurturing is becoming far more widely accepted and embraced kind of than the old versions. And women will fit right into that slot. Yep. So I think let's use that in a way that is meaningful, but also that we're going to ensure that it's something that we measure and monitor even for our personal selves. Oh, last one. And GE is an amazing company to work for as a woman.
Okay.
As a woman.
Okay, I'm leaving Sasol. I'm coming to GE. Right.
Sister Mikasi.
Okay, so there's one thing I want to say first. As women, we should not outsource our careers. We should take ownership. And then, once you know where you want to go, take ownership and seek out opportunities and seek out people who can assist you. Because sometimes you sit in our little corners and hopefully somebody's going to see me. What if somebody doesn't see you? So don't outsource it. Take responsibility and ownership. And be brave and be bold and be out there. So that's my one thing I think we should take as women going forward. And what I think, I don't think I can stress enough, something which to me is a priority, is to start all this education in these sciences, in the environment, in sustainability at primary level. Talk to children at a certain age because they are very curious. Their minds are like sponges. So if you get them in, a case in point, for me to be here, I think it was a teacher who got me so hooked in science and maths whilst I was a child, and it never left me. So if you can get them that young, and then grow that, I don't think we're going to be having final problems or pressure problems anytime. And you go to a school, people will say, I want to be a scientist, I want to be an engineer, right? And the third one, I think awareness generally in our society, in our communities, is something that we also need to prioritize, because everybody will think about, what's this energy? Water comes, I want water. It comes to the tap. But they don't know there's a lot of work between where the water comes from and the tap. And all that needs is just education and awareness. And it doesn't have to be very high-flown technology, whatever. Just having nice engagements that are very easy to understand for people and communities around us.
Paul?
Yes.
I think
Okay,
yours is
mine is working, right? Okay. So 3 priorities from my side, starting from the technical side of things. I think partnership. I think all the panels, discussions that we've had, we have stressed that it's not an opportunity where one can just say, I've cracked it. This is the way forward. So partnership will definitely be key. So the question is, what are these? Who are these partnership, and how do we now initiate these talks? How do we move forward? So that's on the technical side of things. On the women's side of things, an action for male. It is not a competition. Let us work together. That's the only way we can actually move forward. So somehow we need to bring that awareness within the male space that it's not a race. We have to work together so that we can finish together. And then lastly, it will be on the women's side. We need to take ownership. We have to participate. We cannot just wait for this bus to come and then you expect that when it stops, someone must come and carry you and put you inside the bus. So we have to push ourselves. And we can push ourselves and get far if we work together as well, just by helping one another.
Okay, I'd like to thank these amazing women. I forfeited spending time with my children this morning, Priscilla, so I could spend it in the company of some roses. So I do appreciate the time you've taken on a Saturday to come out, to share your experience, to share some hard truths, but also to share, I think, just the extent of what is possible. Because by sitting here today, you're a demonstration of, despite the hardships, the hurdles, the headwinds, you can still be sitting in a position of leadership, voice, and agency in the energy sector. So thank you so much. We're now going to go to our mini masterclass. So what's come up quite a bit is this conversation about, okay, know your story and understand how investors are going to look at this, funders are going to look at it. So we're bringing one of our usual partners for the Women in Energy Network, Kwezi. If you can come through, and you've prepared with your team, with your lady team from the Guga ID. So those are the brains behind the guy. Those two ladies over there have prepared, I think, a really good, granular, meaningful input on project preparation, on how investors look at this, because you spend your time, you spend your time, facilitating investment. So let's get that investor lens and let's understand what it means and how we should be preparing these projects. And then, even though this is largely at the big corporate perspective, how that segues then into SMMEs and potential opportunities there. There is a presentation, so can we please flight it so that the people online can be able to follow Kwezi as he's speaking, as well as the people in the room.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day, so I'm going to try and... How much time do I have?
The thing is that you're very passionate about this topic.
Yes.
Okay, so I need to manage you.
So I need to manage myself.
You need to manage. So we've got, I think let's take it in 10 minutes?
10, 15.
Okay, you see yourself. You see yourself.
I wanted to say she knows how to manage. I must mention that she decided to put Sasol between the two competitors so that there was not going to be a fight. I thought it was quite well done. I think if you go to the next one, I think what I wanted to open with, I must open with something that I know you're going to ask me at the end, and it's not what I was asked to prepare for, but it came out today, and it's actually quite important. And this is the issue. The question has been asked, what are you doing? And it's actually a key question. And I think for us, because of the space we occupy, we are really focused on building the science, technology, engineering, management, and mathematics skills with related studies. That's a very key part that drives the value of what we do. And from a CSI perspective, we have made interventions for people who are failing math and science at high school. They go through a program that we run, and they end up becoming aviation people, medicine, engineering. But that's not necessarily for ourselves. It's more our impact. And we're thinking about how to use technology to expand that, noting the constraints around access to data, but just mentioning it. And then internally, you mentioned my colleagues who are here, making sure we spend the time to get people to do meaningful work as part of their training so that they then can rise up. And let me be honest on this one. We actually would have failed ourselves to make enough of them rise up. Yeah. So the other intervention at this level is to say, how do we aggressively bring the women at the executive level? We announced an appointment yesterday, and there are more that are still to come, to take away this continuous development thing. But the other thing we then noted, and actually came up, if you notice the earlier presentations as well, even the previous discussion, we are asking our young people to respond to a world that is complex. But we are not exposing them enough to that world. So what is their confidence later on when they have to deal with the issues? So what we then have done this year, to complement the other things I mentioned, is to design something we've called the Kucha Global Scholar Program. And this initiative is for talent development and talent identification, where we're going to take young people from internal and from external. We're going to take them to top STEM-related universities, mainly in Asia and Europe, about 30 over the next 5 years, who are going to form the foundation for our next generation of leadership. And we are saying that over that period, we will reach a target of 60% of those being women who are going to be doing postgraduate level at that. Why? Because we're preparing them. And if you now think about the energy conversation, it's interesting to see the ones that have applied onto the program, because we're now finishing the short list. Actually, we're in the last phase of that short list. How many are looking at the energy and sustainability conversations as two sides of the same coin, and how they choose the institutions? We give them a list, and how they decide to choose the institutions in terms of that. And I'm mentioning the last one in particular because this is not a Kucha design thing. We're maybe doing it for ourselves, but my view is that South Africa should actually be sending about 10 times this number. If you look at what countries like South Korea and others did to develop their own technological companies, I'm going to come back to that. So that you don't ask me the question later, I'm answering you now. Then I can go back to the content of the presentation. But just as a completion of that point, that shows you that in this instance, as an institution, we understand that leadership matters. And that you don't waste the opportunity of doing something when you have the chance to do so, and you then live to regret later on. That is just quite critical. If you can just move along. Just move along. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I think there's been enough content discussion on this issue. But I'm going to just make 1 or 2 points. The issue about leveraging existing technologies and endowments is critical. But I want to expand it and combine it with the R&D and say the state incubated Sasol in 1950 through the ITC. But it can't be that the scale of indigenous companies with technology that we have, we can count them on one hand. We should actually multiply them. And you will see later on when we talk about the financing challenges and project preparation, why having companies with scale that are indigenous, not indigenous only, becomes very, very critical. That's the first thing I wanted to mention. The other one is that the state has got a big role to be catalytic, obviously in partnership, which is why around the issue of R&D, the opportunities, I think they've been expanded. They are both in terms of incubating these new companies. We've got the venture capital challenge, as well as developing these other new skills for people to create the things that are going to drive things in the future. And I'm just going to leave 2 things for people here in the audience to go and read about, to understand what it means when you start to think about scale. So earlier this year, there was a challenge around global chip manufacturing. In fact, it's still there. You've seen some of the impacts on the automotive sector. But South Korea made a very key decision. And they said over the next 10 years, they are spending $450 billion to make sure that they are a lead country for semiconductors in the future. And it's going to come through research and development, incentives, interventions, and they've drawn in some of the companies of scale that have developed there over time to be part of that. And it's not just one company, it's probably about 5 that may have got the scale to do that. So, which is why the issue of scale is important. And the second one is, if you can go, people can go and study what China did when in the solar technology was developing, and Germany was actually hungry for solar power supply, but did not have all of the capability and enough to produce. And then China started in and refined the process, and they drove down the cost. It went to a point where there was a glut globally, and what China then did was to create the internal acquisition of renewable technology, absorbed some of that glut, and over time, then those companies in China developed to become world-class companies, and over time, they are now dominant in something that 15 years ago, the US was actually more dominant in. And you think about that, you think about how those partnerships can create something. So when you think about what we spoke about around what we may be doing around investing in people, how people collaborate to create these things, to us, those are funding mechanisms. And I think the next slide talks about that, more critically, and I want to talk about this, in that the funding sources are multiple. They are multiple, but if you look globally, you're starting to see that, if I go to Warren Buffett here, you would rather be approximately right than precisely wrong. You can go to the next one. We know we are approximately right if you are looking at this thing, because you can see where capital is going. So what people are doing by looking at it even now is because that trend, you can see it was probably taken up back last year because of COVID, but you can see how much capital is starting to go to new projects and the number of transactions we're trying to see globally focused on the hydrogen side. So we are in the right direction. I'm not going to read the numbers. It was more about the illustration. So if you can now go to the next one. Now, because I was asked about this thing of project preparation, what I'm going to try and do here, I'm not going to spend too much time reading the text, and I think the presentation can really be shared. And I borrowed this from a presentation of one of the banks looking at a typically large oil and gas project. And some of the projects, if I read about the Sasol ones, these projects are large. If you think about them, so they start with a concept. If you listen to what happened, they said, the concept may be based on an existing technology or something, but there's a concept that we have. Like now they have a concept around the project in Puchubai. That's the concept. Then they do some internal work, and they've got internal specialists who do that. And then the next thing they then do, they do some pre-feasibility work, and they may appoint an internal specialist, which may include some environmental scaling, the economics, the market demand, and all those types of things. Now, these things don't always have to be linear, but I've made them, they are linear here as a form of illustration. And then you spend tens of millions of rands or dollars, depending on the scale of the project. And then you do the detailed work, where you spend about 1.5% of the final project value. Now you spend about 4 to 5 years in that. Now, if I'm an SMME or I'm just maybe a professional, what does that mean for me? Then that's why the discussion that Maurice was mentioning about understanding the value chain is important, because you find the area of opportunity by understanding where you play there. The GE colleague was like saying, you need to know what game you are in, effectively. And then after that, you then go and appoint somebody to go and develop this project after that period has gone through the governance processes. Now, they don't always have to be like this, but this is project preparation. And if you look at what is written, it requires a lot of skill to be applied. Now, let's now move to the next thing, the next one. And then if you are dealing with new technologies, we spoke about the skill there. So you need to think about what kind of skills and challenges you're going to have dealing with developing a project in new technologies. How do I capture that opportunity? Now, I'm going to come into it now. Who's funding this other early work? And I'm going to relate it to the inherent disadvantages, I will say, it creates for either those who don't work in these big corporations or some of the SMMEs. Not that it's a permanent, it's a fatal problem, but we have to recognize it. And also you think about risk, you think about what kind of support you're gonna have. But the real issue is there are long lead times to realizing this. So if I've got a small business, if I'm a professional, that's different. I mean, participate in the company is doing something. But if I've got a small business or my own business, women-owned businesses in this context, I've got this project that's gonna take so long to reach the end. What am I eating today? Because I must exist in the moment as well. So that is important. Also, the regulatory issues were touched on. Now, if you can go to the next slide. Well, and I'll spend slightly more time here. Just go to the next one. So what I've done, we borrowed that picture we've borrowed, and we've looked at all the phases. And forget about all the big text. Let's just go to the thing with the color blue and the color yellow. So effectively, in that phase, these big corporations must have the capability and the balance sheet to spend their own money to do this. So this is a game about people with their own equity, about people with scale, and about that. And they are appointing other people who've got these skills, some international companies and everybody else. And also, part of what they are doing, because you know the risk is high in the beginning, is progressively to reduce the risk so that by the time you make your investment decision, which is the end of the blue, you've reduced the risk of likelihood of success. Of course, you still got the risk of execution. That's a different problem. But now, if you are an SMME here, nobody wants your money. Nobody is asking for your capability. They may be one or two where you've got an existing relationship. Maybe you're a supplier in terms of certain goods that a company continues to use, but it's just part of the corporate good. It's not necessarily specific to this issue. And also, if you are a female professional, and we had this conversation, if you've been cut out of the conversation as this develops, even as a professional, where are you at the time this decision is made? So what I'm saying is we must recognize that there's an inherent disadvantaging of these other sectors we are focusing on. And we said we don't want to do things like they were happening in the past. But you then start to see what in economics they call path dependence, and you do things exactly in the way that you've always done them. And what is the process of change? So I'm bringing in this element because if it was me, based on now understanding things now, I would continue running my business. But I would use this opportunity to build the relationships for when this takes off. And this is now where platforms like this and others become critical investment, not because I think they're going to help me tomorrow, but they are giving me an option for the next thing that may then come out of there. Then if you go to the execution phase, that's when you start to say, because the project has now been de-risked, you can start to source different forms of financing. So you can start to look at banks borrowing you money. You can start looking at all those types of things. So in that phase, for that period, because the project's economics are determined, you start to look at different forms of financing. So I don't want to get very technical. So I think this is more the path. So in that phase, that is yellow, that's when the sponsors come together. They go and they say, let's go to the banks. Some countries support their companies with incentives, and different forms of financing happen. And the companies that are sponsoring the project don't have to use all of their own money for that phase. But because they spend the money in the previous one, you pay to get in at that phase. They want the premium. They say, no, I've developed this thing 100%, but I only want to stay at 51. You pay a premium to one of the 49%. So that is just the one thing I wanted to highlight. So that would be, I'm not doing it to send a negative message, just to recognize what the issues are. Then this is my last slide. I'm going to talk on the next one. Is that effectively, when you then finance the projects, it's your own money, which is called equity, which is what you do to develop it. It's your own money. No bank is going to borrow you money to develop a project. And project preparation, that means that you must have some of the money, unless the country has got funds to support people to develop the projects. And then once it's taking off, you can use third-party financing. That's when you actually build in the partnerships as well, and you can use other methods. And it's essentially, the financing is following the route of the project and the risk mitigation measures built into the project. And so I forgot, then there's a last slide that I want to talk about, which then, the next one, which then says, if we can use, let's say the Sasol was here, they may do a project, and because they may have a balance sheet and they have scale, they may actually borrow it on their own balance sheet, which is called corporate financing. To forget all the technical terms. Or they may say, no, we want to do this project with other people, and we want to bring in the partners, and the project economies are such that the project can show that it's got people who are prepared to offtake and do all of that. So I don't have to worry about the balance sheet, and the people who are financing it are not looking at my balance sheet, they're actually looking at the economics of the project. And it's something called project financing. I'm just explaining it in simple terms. So those are the kind of approaches that are there. But both of them are heavily influenced by the process of preparing the project. So that work in the beginning is critical. So if I just jump right to the end slide, because I don't want to go too much of your, I think you can just keep going. Because keep going, yeah. So I think for us, it's quite clear is that even from the beginning, people need to act now to develop the right strategies to respond to what this green revolution requirement. We must recognize the inherent characteristics of what project preparation needs. So maybe the SMMEs or other or women-owned businesses can then say, what are going to be the mechanisms for me to have a seat in the table? In the value chain and everything else, those are some of the challenges. But the nice thing is, some of these projects, they provide opportunities for multiple partnerships, multiple suppliers, multiple value chains to actually emerge. How do I decide which one I want to capture? Obviously, you've got all the new technologies that you must worry about. How do you work with the state, for both from regulation, but also to see what the state can incentivize, because it can see the economic benefit for its citizens. And I think it was mentioned before, you always need to think very early about the financing partners who have the appropriate understanding of what you are dealing with. you're going to get a financing partner who does shopping malls to come on a green hydrogen project. The answers are not going to work. You need to be in the game to be in the game. I'm borrowing somebody's one. And also because of the sustainability benefits, there are lots of other financing advantages that may then arise. So now, should those financing advantages only stay with those who are sponsoring the project, or should they translate all they want to the smallest supplier in that project value chain? And we can't really answer that, but that is the lens that we then adopt when we think about how we work with people, how we look at projects that we drive on our own, or that we enable in the area that we work in. I wanted to stop there. Thank you, Chair. So I know I went over by 3 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you. So the slide pack is going to be available for those of you who couldn't catch Kwezi while he was just running through the presentation. There's quite a lot of content that you shared with us. I think some key points are coming out. I'm going to ask the people on the line also, please share your questions, and I'll take some from the floor as well. I think the key thing that I'm taking from what you're saying is you need to, 1, have skin in the game, and 2, get your seat at the table. Either get your seat at the table as an SMME, as a professional. There are limitations to getting a seat at the table in the project preparation phase, but as Kwezi is saying, you can develop the relationships. You can put yourself, on the radar screen for when it gets to project delivery stage. But specifically, I think for black women professionals and for women professionals, a seat in the game in the project preparation phase. Because that's the only way you're going to know the game, to be in the game. Because that's where the projects are being developed, the technicalities are being done. That's where you understand the economics, etc. So I think this was a quick and dirty masterclass in how to get your skin in the game and a seat at the table. Are there any questions that we'd like to come through at the floor? Priscilla?
It's been nice this time because I need a favor. Thanks, Kwezi. As always, your energy and passion is really awesome. Yeah. I really think that this is such a critical topic, and if I just, every session we've had in the last couple of years, even on an ongoing basis, it's really going back to the whole issue of distilling these complex issues. And I think taking the challenge that has come from the demo is to say, how do we start taking the value chain and perhaps summarizing it in a manner that it actually makes sense for people to understand where the opportunities could be. And my dear friend at the back has agreed that he's going to do an animation for us with insights from different players. And Kwezi, I really think that we need to almost run a think tank again, on probably a virtual one, and that's where the favor comes in. Just maybe taking 2 or 3 of those opportunities. And I'm just thinking about it today, that the first big one for me is renewables. The speakers earlier were talking about we're going to almost triple Eskom's current energy capacity with hydrogen. But at the same time, we know that the country is growing in terms of demand. And we've just gone through bid window 5. So how do we just take those opportunities that are coming up? We've got the 100 megawatts where companies are now starting to self-generate projects. And just say, for you to be in the game, the first start is upstream, as an example. So how do we support women just to get to understand that? And let's do a think tank perhaps on that. And then we can do another one, and then another one. Because I think we have to get that practical as well.
Just on the topic of renewables, I think with the SAREM work that's being done now, the South Africa Renewable Energy Master Plan, they've mapped those renewables value chains all the way down to the components and the commodities, so that we can drive better localization, learning from the initial bid windows. So perhaps we need to bring them into that conversation for the next think tank as well.
Yeah, so and then we bring Kwezi just to help them with practicalities, because it's just almost, we need to start investing in helping people to hunt, give them the skills to go and hunt if they can catch something.
Any other comments from the floor before we go to the online comments, questions?
Can I just pick on this?
Yes, you can, Kwezi.
I think actually that's actually so correct. There's something I ran over very fast. Maybe just because of the nature of the topic and the dialogue, is that actually when I said the SMMEs are not in the project preparation, the same people who are in project preparation who don't have the SMMEs or the other women-owned professionals and companies are the ones defining what the execution must look like. By the time that happens,
they're not there.
The train has left the station. And so I think this is actually quite vital, because then, even though I may not be in the project preparation, but I am in the understanding process. And I'm preparing myself for that, so that the train doesn't leave me at that time. Yeah.
Only one question. I think everyone's trying to absorb that. That was heavy, and it's 2:00, so I think people are still trying to absorb it. But this is quite a broad question, and I think it speaks to some of the work that you spoke about that is happening in Kucha now. It's saying, what are we doing to develop students and skills in SA? You already spoke to it about also creating that international exposure and experience and understanding of what other countries who've leapfrogged have done. So that's the only question we have at the moment.
Yeah. I think the one thing I'll say, and let me first state my bias here. My bias comes out of my own personal journey and my own personal experience with what a combination of good local education and international exposure did for me as a professional. Now, not everybody needs that, so people can criticize me. However, there is something I find, maybe because we've got so many resources that we lack, that we think massifying this international exposure is something that is a luxury. The countries that are developing very fast, that have gone stages of development, have been very conscious of this, or their companies, because they realize the integration of the skills that they have with international exposure creates a powerful combination to create something new in the future. So my challenge would be that those of us who have the opportunity must identify the talent of the future and invest in it. Invest both locally and internationally. That's important. At the same time, we make sure that where we have the opportunity, whether it's Sasol and Sasolburg, Eskom, somewhere else, us in the areas we're involved in, how do we partner with the local technical and vocational institutions to enable the artisans and the other skills of the future? So we combine across the value chain the different skills. So to me, it's not either or. So and those are the things that needs to happen. I mean, in the institution I work for, actually, to be honest, I'll probably say about 30, 40% of the people that we employ whose job is just focused on human capital development. That's just what we do in relation to the projects and everything else in different forms. It might be probably closer to 30 than the 40. But the point is you need to think about it much more proactively, because it's an enabler to so many, many things.
I think
and then you then become very conscious of the diversity agenda, in particular the gender one, as part of that process.
I think that also extends into the government space and the SOE space as well. I recall when I was at the World Bank, I was always frustrated. The BRICS countries had active programs in the World Bank to drive development of their policy makers, their thought leaders, their regulators, the officials who were working on major procurement programs to go and practice on other countries around the world, right? And then perfect it in Russia, in Brazil, in India. Huge programs. They were pushing through 20 to 30 public officials at any given moment. And our position, and I think it's to a degree still our position, was, okay, these are the Bretton Woods. We had an ideological position instead of how do we leverage this opportunity to also train and develop our policymakers and the people who have to be create the enabling environments for all of these mega projects and these big economic pivots to learn how it can be done, how it can be structured, and go practice elsewhere. So, I mean, there's also a piece about the enabling framework everyone always speaks about is in the government space, but are we developing those skills there to be internationally competitive as well? We've got a comment from the floor. It says, thanks, Kwezi. Funding is a key challenge for black female-owned businesses in the energy sector. More dialogue is required on this topic.
Yeah.
Do I see any hands from us here? No, I don't. So I think Yes, I think everyone's looking forward to the next session. So I just want to thank you, Kwezi, for really just taking us through that quick 101 on project preparation and financing and understanding what it means for SMMEs, for professionals, and how we need to really understand how this game works to get a seat at the table. Thank you for that. Okay, thanks. We're in closure now. So Priscilla, you have the hard part, which is to bring that all together and to really close us off, and then we will have our vote of thanks from Bab Khadebe.
I'm not going to try at all and summarize everything that has been said. Few words for me. I think first of all, why I'm in the energy sector. I believe energy transforms lives. Having had a hectic run to the Capital Markets Day, and Tembekazi was excellent in articulating our vision in terms of how we're going to repurpose our assets, etc. I then decided to take time off and go and celebrate my dad's birthday with him. We went to the rural areas where I went to school. And I remember walking those dusty roads in Mabucha, somewhere in Beggarsford, which I haven't been now in a couple of years. And at that stage, back in school, I had to wake up in the morning, fetch water. The privileged one had stove, which was coal, and that's how our lives were shaped. You come back in the evening, you use a candle to study. And I went back this time around. There's just so many mining activities that are blooming in that area. So from a purposeful perspective, I thought, wow, imagine if we can ensure that when the cross-border taxes hit our mines, we continue to sustain these businesses with sustainable fuels and sustainable energy solution, because these lives will continuously be transformed. And as the speaker said, the hydrogen energy is going to support mining because it's one of the hard-to-abate industries, particularly on heavy-duty mobility. So that's the role that everyone here that is joining this session, I hope you see it, not only what can I get out of it, it's can I really transform South Africa and transform these economies. But it was not ending there. And then suddenly saw these big houses that are coming out like amazing houses. I even took pictures because I thought, imagine if I live here, I don't have to worry about taxes, raising taxes, I have electricity, I have a borehole, and now they even have a septic tank, which I'm thinking about, can we convert it into bio? And these are the opportunities that we've done. The life that I had so many years ago, almost 50, and what I'm having now is totally different, and that's energy. Because to run that borehole, you need energy. To be able to switch on and have water and have all of those things in terms of have a fridge. I didn't have a fridge in my house for a very long time when I was growing up. But that's the transformation of health food that people can do. They can actually do agriculture. So that's our role in energy. So today we've actually had that this energy transformation is coming, and there's a lot of trillions of dollars that have been thrown into it. But then it's also going to transform the country. We've seen South Africa struggle with economic recovery, pre-COVID for different reasons, and post-COVID. Now we have an opportunity to say we're actually blessed with natural resources. We have natural endowments that provides us with an opportunity to be able to start shifting the energy mixes. We did not really have a privilege of gas, but now we have a privilege to be able to export energy through hydrogen or through green ammonia, and using those endowments that we have. So how do we play in that export space? So that's an opportunity for South Africa to transform. And again, it transforms lives, it transforms the economy. At the same time, we know that as Sasol, I have to throw in what I'm passionate about, we have the proprietary technology that is actually amazing. And we produce 2.4 million tons of hydrogen, that's gray hydrogen from coal, a bit of mix of 10% of soft gas. In 2050, we want to be net zero, and we're going to take the 2.4 million tons of gray hydrogen into green hydrogen. So opportunities that Kwezi was talking about, whether it's Buchabai, whether it's Saldanha, or in his own area, in his backyard in Kucha, which he needs to tell us at some point about it and how we get into it as women and as entrepreneurs, are the scale-up projects that are going to create green hydrogen opportunities for the future. And as a petrochemical company like ours, we will take the 2.4 million tons of green hydrogen and produce 7 million tons of chemicals, fuels, sustainable aviation. We've seen that IATA has come back with a strategy to say they're going to decarbonize. They're going to have targets that they're setting themselves up. Europe has already set that up. So all I'm saying is that today we were enriched. I learned a lot myself from the hardware and the complexities of the entire ecosystem and the opportunities that are there, but also the softwares. Because to bring this together, and I go back to my opening remark around courage. Today was about courage. These platforms gives us an opportunity to see the role models that we have, but at the same time to also saying, what should I do? I had a lot of things to say. Go and challenge the status quo. Raise your hand and ensure that you have a good value proposition. But let's not be naive to think that not people have not been doing that. I work with exceptional women. I've seen exceptional, incredible women in my life, in my organization. The headwinds are real, and the glass ceiling is real. And as women, are we brave enough? I like this whole issue about the hosepipe, because it made me realize this is where I can put all of my energy to just push that pressure out. And this is how we won South Africa democracy. It was through years of investments. And I really encourage those women who are here that are fantastic. I know you're doing a good job. Let's integrate even more. We are better together than as individuals. And I also want to request the men that are continue to grab and push all the time. Some of them are here, Chris, and at times I feel like I'm abusing you, to say we have a role to play. We cannot afford that in 20 years' time we're standing here and we're talking about the marginalization of women. And I have been raised by communities and predominantly carried by those women who have the strength and the capabilities. So at times when we talk about these topics and we talk about we don't have the drive, we don't have all of these things, I say yes, but we have a lot of societal challenges, work challenges, and headwinds that we have to navigate, and yet we still make it, and we smile and we come with empathy as well as with a lot of humility. So let's work together, because South Africa and Southern Africa will be transformed. Thank you.
Let's give you a round of applause again. Thank you very much. I'm sure now I'm standing between you and lunch, but I'm going to do two things. So first to say thank you, and then from there I want to do something symbolic that is historical. As I was sitting here, I had a sense of historical moment. So just wait for that. And if I ask you, just cooperate, okay? Well, first, let me say thank you to Priscilla. She's taken the baton. I always told her when she was taking over that she's going to do a better job than me. Look at how it looks like now. And at that time, she didn't believe it. And as Tembek, as they were saying, this kind of fear was there in her. And then just continue, Priscilla. Just do it. Just do it. We all have got your back covered. Yeah. So thank you very much for continuing to do that. Tato, she's walking out. Look at her. You can't sit down here. Yeah, she's been chasing me out of the steering committee meeting because it's the right time. So thank you very much, Tato, and the whole team. I saw Simpiyo Masiza and the EmpowaX team. This is a partnership, by the way, this annual event with EmpowaX. So let's give a round of applause to Simpiyo. He's doing a fantastic job. He's just spent the whole week in Orange Farm teaching young kids in Orange Farm. So those career guidance programs that you're talking about, maybe next year we'll be taking them into different townships. I also like to thank the working team under the leadership of Ntato, Theo. Hey, Chris, how's it, my brother? Hey, good to see you. Nono, They've all worked hard. They're not here. Here I can see Spa, Ritabile, and many others. If I haven't mentioned your name, just apologize. I'd like to thank the panelists. You've done a fantastic job. This was a high-quality stuff, and I'm glad we have captured it so it will be available. The presenters, you've done a fantastic job. Wow, this very good short masterclass from Kwezi. Kwezi, well done. I think I agree with you, Priscilla. We need to give him a little bit more time so that he can walk us through this journey, because it's so important. And obviously let me acknowledge the leadership that is here of big organizations. Siemens, please stand up. Some of you don't know you, Tabu. Take out the cap, man. But come out, it's you know. But stand up, you know. Like this man leads Siemens Energy, like Priscilla is leading Sasol Energy, and Kwezi, you've seen him. He's leading Kucha. Great leaders. I'm extremely proud, having been in this organization, to see the beautiful and extremely talented leaders that have emerged. So the pipeline is working. It's working. Before, when we joined this industry, this place would have been white and male and probably expatriate, the people who would have been speaking here. When we joined Sapia, that time. So make no mistake. Lunch is served at ULP House, so you'll go that side. The biggest takeaway for me is that we need to be very intentional to effect systemic change in order to ensure that the hydrogen economy is in the hands of women. And it's because of that I want a call to action. Let me explain this call to action, and I'm going to ask you to come up here, because, you know, I like making altar calls. Some of you know that my part-time job, it's not my part-time, my full-time job is to call people into action. I've just spent the last week being part of the leadership team that has been looking. How many people have ever heard about Manchester Conference here? Just raise up your hand. None of you. That shocked me. Manchester Conference, 1945. Men and women. At that time, only 3 countries were liberated in the intercontinent. It was Liberia, Ethiopia, and Haiti. They said, they were a small group like us. There was Kwame Nkrumah, KK Kaunda, and Jomo Kenyatta. And they said, listen, it is our historical mission to liberate Africa from colonialists. And they came out of that conference with the sense of purpose, and they made a pledge that as individuals, they're going to go out there and liberate the continent from colonialism. First one was Kwame Nkrumah and all of them, Patrice Lumumba and all those guys. But they focus on one thing, political liberation. And they missed completely the economic emancipation. Now, as Fanon would say, every generation has got its mission. It's either you fulfill that mission or you betray it. They fulfilled their mission. They gave us political and decolonialize our continent politically. And we got a sense in that conference, and it was online, that each one of us now have got a historical mission of economic liberation of Africa and people of African descent all over the world. You hear me? I want to repeat this. Africa and people of African descent all over the world. You will be traveling here, and we will be traveling. Trust me, whenever you land in any hotel, a person will be coming and collecting your bag is a person of African descent. All over the world, in the hierarchy of humankind, people of African descent are in the lowest rank. And we, each one of us, need to make a commitment and a pledge in the area of your influence that you will change that trajectory. In your lifetime, maybe not in your lifetime, but you lay the right foundation. And that's a pledge I want us to make, that the hydrogen economy is going to be led by people of African descent and women in particular. Are you agreeing with me on that? Now come here. I don't know how the camera is going to work. I want everyone who's presented, panelists and everyone, and the leadership, and you Priscilla, you stand in front of you. Right, you lead them. I want us to say this pledge. I want the camera to catch it so that next time, and I've drafted it there, so that you see yourself having made that pledge. Hey, Kwesi, Zonke, the leadership. Tabo, you were there together. You stand here, and I'm going to say, you say this after me. It's a pledge. Take out your mask because I want the camera to catch you. It's a pledge. It's a historical moment. People 100 years from now will say there were men and women who stood and made the pledge. Just like in 1945 in Manchester. We celebrate. You go and Google Manchester 1945. And you see the Kwame Nkrumah, you see KK Kaunda. Eh? And there were few women. There was a big issue there that there were women in that conference, but their names were not mentioned. So there's a narrative that needs to be changed. Okay? All right. I'm going to say at the end, you say, help me, God. So it's very important. So be ready there. We, say after me, we gathered on the 30th October, 2021. Say it loud, man. Say it as if you believe it. At ULP House. Pledge ourselves that we will do everything in our power to ensure that women lead the hydrogen economy in South Africa, in Africa, all over the world. And it will empower people of African descent globally. So help me God. Thank you very much, love. You can go and have your lunch now. Thank you very much. Hey, there's President. Priscilla wants to give you a present.